Oh, boo boo. Oh, honey boo, it's gonna be live today, honey boo. Yes, we've got Audrey coming to the show, and Audrey, aka Zebedee Henry, is gonna let us know the deal. Yes, it's gonna be some major exposing. It's gonna be some major exposing of Bob Smith today. Yes, it is. Because Zebedee Henry, aka Audrey Monroe, is going to come on the show today and put it down like a clown. So what we're going to do right now, we're going to get things ready for this SmackDown. Yup. It's going down today. Audrey's going to come on the show. Zebedee Henry, aka Audrey Monroe, she's going to put it down like a clown. You hear me? Oh, honey, I can't wait. We got some good stuff today, honey. We're going to talk about some good stuff on the bounce. Sister Penny Buckets, May Smith. Coming to you live, honey boo. Coming to you live, honey boo. And what we got today, honey boo? We gonna tweet over there to Audrey Monroe's work. She working over there in Custom Trucks. Custom Trucks Unlimited. She hooking up the trucks, boo. But we might need to, help Miss Beelzebub, Audrey Monroe, Zebedee Henry, honey child, boo. We need to help you, help you understand a few things, boo. So she's gonna come up here today, boo, and she's gonna put it down, okay? She ain't having that. Audrey is not gonna have that, boo. How dare y'all talk about her like that, boo? And put her out on Front Street, and then she gonna expose us over here, boo. And how dare y'all not react the way that she won't, boo? Y'all must be crazy. Don't you know a transgender person is not to be believed, boo? Forget all the news reports, honey. Forget all the court documents, boo. This person that's showing you this is transgender, boo. The person that is showing you this research is transgender, and therefore, by default, boo, it's wrong, boo. Yes, boo. That's how we do in Jehovah's organization, boo, because we know transgender people are from the devil, boo. They are from the devil, boo. Otherwise, why would they dress from the opposite gender, boo? The devil done got in their head, boo. Them demons have been rocking in that skull, boo. I have to say, boo, for somebody with such a big mouth, boo, you sure act scared and like a cricket church mouse hiding in a little crevice somewhere, boo. You was bold in the middle of the night when you didn't think nobody was watching your comments, boo, but now you ain't nowhere to be seen or heard, honey, boo, and I'm wondering what's going on, honey child. I'm wondering where you are, boo. I'm trying to get in touch with you, honey. I'm trying to talk to you, honey. I want to talk to you, honey, boo. Zebedee Henry, honey, boo. I want to talk to you, honey, boo. I want some information from you, honey, because I think you got a lot of interesting information that I would like to get to know a little better and share with the rest of the world, boo. Come on, boo. Look, boo. I'm going to tell you something, honey, boo. Sister Billy Bertha May Smith is a platform for a lot of things, honey. One of these platforms is helping some kids, boo, and I think you can help some kids, boo. I think you got some information, and I think you have some behavior patterns too, boo, that we need to, maybe get a closer look at, boo. But boo, what we about to do right now, honey boo, we about to woo, we got 8 viewers, honey boo. We got 8 viewers up in here. Thank you for tuning in, honey. So what we're gonna do right now, honey boo, we are going to tweet our live link to let Audrey Monroe, aka Zebedee Henry, aka Beelzebub the third turn, boo. Hey, Bob's daughter, honey boo, up in the live chat, honey boo. Yes, ma'am, honey, boo. Okay, boo, so what we're going to do, we're going to do this screen share, honey. Okay, let me see how to do this, honey, boo. Okay, okay, honey, okay, honey. Okay, here we go, boo. Boom, honey. Look at that. Wow, that's like a fractal, honey. Nested loops, boo. Look at that. Now, as soon as we put a screen share up, we done lost 2 viewers, boo. What happened? Anyway, this right here is where Beelzebub, aka Audrey Monroe, aka Zebedee Henry III turd. This is his I think they're his friends, his business partners. I don't know who they're supposed to be, honey. It's a real weird thing because he's supposed to be working at Auto Trim. But anyway, honey, boom, we're gonna tweet this to you, boo. Look at this. Okay, and then we're gonna say, come on and talk, boo. Zeb Henry III. AKA Audrey Monroe. We know that's you, boo. You ain't fooling nobody. That's a dumb disguise, by the way, boo. I mean, come on. And don't be afraid, honey, boo. I'm gonna leave that honey boo off, boo. Look at this. So, boo, we done tweeted that to them. They seen it, boo. Look at that. Is it gone through? Look at that. So, boo, you know the deal. Live for Audrey Monroe, aka Zebedee Henry III. Last chance for Jehovah Witness Elder Zebedee Henry, aka Audrey Monroe troll, to have their voice heard, boo. Uncensored, raw, and no holds barred, boo. Come on. Come on, boo. Come on and get it, boo.
Oh, I don't want to come over there. You're nothing but dirty apostates. I don't want to come over there. Besides, I'm not really feeling all that bold right now.
Oh, why not, honey, boo? We got a lot of folks waiting on you, boo. We want to hear what you got to say, honey. Come on, boo.
I don't want to. I'm feeling a little shy.
Boo, you feel a little shy, honey. You don't need to feel a little shy, honey, boo.
So anyway, yes, I'm still getting over my summer cold, but it's all right. It's all right. You know what I mean? We've got 5 viewers right now. I want to thank you for tuning in. We are going to have Audrey Monroe and Zebedee Henry. I think they're the same person, aka Zebedee Henry III. We're going to have these wonderful people here, okay, on our show in just a minute. And as soon as they pop in here, we are going to have the put down, the smackdown. We're going to have Audrey Monroe expose the Bob Smith channel and Billy Bertha and Ramona Mintz. And if you're just tuning in and you don't know who all these people are, let me put it to you, okay? We've got Zebedee Henry is a Jehovah's Witness elder, a long-time Jehovah's Witness elder, probably a little bit more than that by now, I think. Possibly a circuit overseer, substitute circuit overseer, substitute Bethelite, substitute right-hand man to Big J, something like that. Big kahuna, you know, big status, big importance, big ego. Yes. He has a reputation among his fellow Jehovah's Witnesses for being very egotistical. I'm not going to put any names out, but you know, he's not he can rub people the wrong way. And apparently he's rubbed the wrong people the wrong way. And long enough for them to kind of, you know, talk about things and talk to certain other people that they probably wouldn't talk to before. And, you know, these unique liaisons and connections have formed around that, including the fact that this elder, this Jehovah's Witness elder, abides by the 2-witness rule, which demands victims of childhood sexual abuse to produce 2 adult eyewitnesses. He enforces that rule. It's part of his devout belief and religious Jehovah's Witness belief is the two witness rule. And also, they keep meticulous records of the abuse. They ask very, very specific details, very disgusting. They have these little kids sit in front of their abuser and describe in detail how they were abused. And, you know, it's really sick. And then they take these documented, detailed records. No, they don't go to the police. Zebedee Henry III does not go to the police. He's never gone to the police about any of the child sexual abuse within his congregation or in other congregations. No, they report it to their Watchtower headquarters and their Watchtower legal and service department. So when a Jehovah's Witness like Zebedee says that's not true, we do report, listen very carefully to what they're saying and not saying. We do report, period. They're leaving off the crucial word to the police and law enforcement. So in their mind, they haven't lied to you, you see? It's theocratic warfare. And theocratic warfare basically is an excuse to lie or to leave out crucial information. So they might not quite tell you the wrong information, but they're going to leave the crucial part out. Like in this case, yes, we do report. That's not true. We report all the time. You report to your Watchtower legal department, but you don't report to police. So you have to really watch what a Jehovah's Witness says. You watch their language. They're very, very slick and deceitful. You think when you're talking to a Jehovah's Witness that you're talking about one thing, and you've got no idea that that Jehovah's Witness is talking about a whole other thing. You're both speaking English, but you're not speaking the same language. Okay? And, you know, this is something that we see in corporations, certain kind of language. Target has a, like if you look at Target, the Target store and the employees inside there, they all have a certain language. For example, they don't call the people, the customers there, shopping customers. They call them guests. And if you've been working at Target on the inside, whether you're just a regular store person, a cashier, or somebody on the sales floor, or somebody in corporate, it doesn't matter. But if you say customer, you're going to get looked at funny because you're not part of the Target Corporation until you've already converted your language to say guest. May I help some guests? Go help some guests. If you say a customer at a Target, you're either a newbie or you're not on the inside. And you know, this kind of language forms in any kind of group. Even families have, some families have a certain lingo or a certain language. They might speak English like the rest of us, but they also have certain words that are loaded with certain meanings and emotions peculiar to a group of people. And that's normal. That's called culture. That's called social culture. However, Jehovah's Witnesses use it to lie. Theocratic warfare is lying and is deceiving. You are leaving out information, you are twisting it, you are bending it in the name of God. That's just all there is. It's plain bottom line, nutshell. That's what it is. You are not telling the truth because in your mind, these people don't deserve to know it. They're wicked, worldly people. They're not part of us. So in this case, it's okay to lie. But it's not. You've put yourself into the very boat that you're judging because you're no longer telling the truth. And I don't care if you call it theocratic warfare or not, and you lie to yourselves thinking that, you know, your God is going to be okay with that. Because if that God is okay with that, and I'm going to get away from this discussion for, you know, in a hot second, but hypothetically, if you are one of those people that believes that, then your God is a deceitful liar. He's doing theocratic warfare. And how do you know your God isn't doing theocratic warfare on you one day? Huh? Like when Armageddon comes, which is right about now.
Oh, Jehovah, oh, Jehovah.
Okay, we've got 4 viewers. Okay? And I want to thank you for listening and tuning in. I think I hear someone knocking on the door. Uh-oh.
Oh, honey, who is that?
I don't know. Ooh, that's a dangerous, scary knock.
Boo, I'm afraid to answer that knock.
Who is it? Okay, I'm going to answer the door.
Go ahead, boo. Answer the door. I'm right behind you.
Okay. Oh, it's Audrey! Oh my goodness, everybody! Audrey's here.
What? You mean to tell me she actually showed up?
Yes, she did. I can't believe it. Audrey? Is that really you, Audrey? Audrey?
Yeah, it's me. Yeah, I'm here. I'm right here. I'm going to tell you all.
All right, Audrey.
Hey, Audrey, honey, boo. What does this say? Brother Beelzebub Henry III, Part B, Chapter 1. Goodness God, honey. My drag queen name, honey, is Audrey Monroe. Boo, what are you doing?
I'm here to tell you all. That's what I'm here for. I'm tired of you putting this stuff out here about the two witness row. That's not true. It's all apostate-driven lies. You're nothing but an apostate. You're just lying. You're just an evil, satanic apostate. And by the way, toilets, someone's got to clean them, and I'm over here on my knees cleaning the toilet.
Well, boo, you better get up here on the bottom part of that ring right there, boo, underneath the toilet, boo. You better look at that black spot over there. I think you missed a few spots, boo. You don't need to be looking at us, boo. You need to be looking down there at that toilet and clean that toilet, boo. I don't know what you're doing, boo. And then how come you got a French maid uniform on, boo? What is going on? Why are you in a French maid uniform, Zebedee Henry III, boo? I don't know what's going on, boo. Look at that. And then you got JW.org in a rainbow, boo. Isn't that the rainbow pride color, boo? Isn't that the rainbow pride color, honey, boo? I don't know, boo. Let me see what else we got up in here. Oh, look at that, boo. Ain't that precious? Who is that, boo? Who is that? Who is that? Is that Jeffrey Jackson up in there, boo?
Yeah, you see him? Look at that. Can we move this a little bit down? Yeah, we can. Look at that. Look at this. Jeffrey Jackson. Doesn't he look flamboyant? He looks fabulous, doesn't he? With that fabulous, I'm going to call Jeffrey Jackson Fuchsia Fierce.
Fuchsia Fierce, honey.
Yeah. So anyway, before we go on to, let me see. Hold on a minute. Before we go on and look at some of these pictures, we're going to have a look at what the deal is with Audrey, because some people may not know who Audrey Monroe is. But Audrey Monroe, he or she, it's basically Zebedee Henry, this elder that we've been, looking at and studying and investigating and whatnot. And he comes under his drag queen name right here. This is Audrey Monroe. This is a snapshot of his trolling comment. This was done, I think, around midnight, anywhere from midnight to 2 a.m. his time. So, this was really late at night. And basically the comment, he thinks he's outing someone for being transgender. Okay, and So he's retaliating because he's been outed for obeying the two witness rule, and he doesn't really like for people to know that he's a Jehovah's Witness, excuse me, and a Jehovah's Witness elder that enforced the two witness rule, which demands victims of childhood sexual abuse to produce two adult eyewitnesses. So basically, little kids that have come to the elders like him for help. In those cases, they have been told that they have to produce two witnesses to the act, to the crime, and they have to be two adults. Otherwise, you keep quiet and you wait on Jehovah God to fix it in the new system. And, you know, he also goes a step further than that, okay? And what he does, he likes to bully little girls. I think, honestly, Mr. Henry might have some repressed anger at the female species, to be honest with you, because he has a reputation of treating women, the female customers that come to the store. Now, you know, this is unsubstantiated. We haven't personally over here seen any of it, but just from talking to previous customers on his social networks that left reviews on his businesses and having conversations with them about the business, it seems that he has this condescending attitude towards the female species and the female customers that have come in there, to the point where they get offended. They said that he treats them like they're stupid, you know, like they don't know what they're doing. And that's not uncommon for the average, and I won't say every Jehovah's Witness male is like that, and I won't say every Jehovah's Witness elder is like that, obviously not, but he's one of those typical arrogant, egotistical, patriarchal assholes. I'm gonna just put it out there, okay? So not only does he treat women condescendingly, and his wife has to submit to him, you know, she's all about submitting to the headship and doing the Jehovah thing, you know, she's gonna, I mean, you know, she just, you know what I'm saying? But he also bullies little girls, little kids, especially little girls, that he thinks he can get away with bullying. He bullies little girls within his organization. They don't have to necessarily be in his congregation, but he'll bully them in various forms of calling one-man judicial committees with their parents and making up all kinds of contrived crap to get these parents to increase the abuse. He feeds off of that, basically. He fed off of that. He did that to me. He bullied me when I was a little kid. He bullied other kids. You know, there are several victims of sexual abuse within his congregation and other neighboring congregations that he was on, either on the committees on, or he was talked to. It was discussed with him, so it implicates him. They have they record everything and document everyone that they talk to, even from across different congregations. In fact, it crosses state lines, so we're talking at a federal level. Yeah, but you know, we won't go into all of those details because we want to look at this comment here. Okay, so anyway, as a distraction method, you know, this is what narcissists do. It's called covert aggression or manipulation, and this particular tactic is called distraction. Okay, and what he's trying to hang on to is the fact that I'm transgender. And in his mind, he thinks it's a very terrible thing. He thinks transgender people are evil and satanic, and they're not to be believed about anything. If they bring you researched news reports from credible, documented, verified sources, the fact that they're transgender just discards anything they ever will say to you. You just don't believe anything. So that's his reasoning. That's his logic, okay? So let's go ahead and take a look at this. Can everybody see that? I can't see the live chat right now. Let me see if I can get on the live chat on my cell phone. But basically, he was up at midnight, focused on transgender genitals, and he was outing my old name, Ramona Mintz. I mean, I guess he thought that was going to make me cringe and make me take down my YouTube and my Twitter and everything like he did. You know, as soon as we messaged him on Twitter, he took down his whole Twitter page. Like, he didn't even use block. He just took it all down. You know, he had that thing up for some time. You know, he took down his YouTube page that he had up for 2 years. He just took it all down. I mean, shit. If that's what you thought that was going to happen here, so I mean, if that's what you thought was going to happen here, you're sadly mistaken. You just don't know. You don't know who and what you're dealing with, really. I have to say, I don't think you really are aware of who and what you are dealing with, and the world that you're in. Okay, let's look at the live chat. We've got Bob's daughter, the live chat. Guitar.
Hey, boo. Hey, guitar, honey. And Denise Hedberg, honey, boo.
All right, so we've got Bob's daughter saying Bob's daughter is waiting and ready for Audrey Monroe. And she says she needs to bring her ass out of hiding. Yup. So let's take a look at this right quick. She says, tis, since you thrive on public forums for attention, Ramona, I'd like to share a few facts about you to your followers. So all of you followers listening right now, is everybody here? All of the viewers, this is for you. All right? We're not going to censor you, Audrey, Zebedee Henry. We're not going to delete your comment and delete the page like you're doing to us. No, we're going to make a space. You want to come on this thing? Come on. I'm waiting on you. We waited for 2.5 hours last time. We ain't going to do that today. You know, we're going to take care of business while we're waiting on you. So you got a choice to come on and have your say, or we're going to go and share some other information. All right, let's move on right quick. All right, her name is Ramona Mintz, a.k.a. Bob Smith Enigma Sauber. She publicly claims that her stepfather molested or sexually abused her. If this is in fact true, he should be in jail, and that's who her intention should be focused on. Well, you helped cover it up, Zebedee Henry III. That's why we're here. I know it takes you a little time to figure things out. Like, you know, you just now figured out who I was when I told your oldest daughter in 2014 what we're gonna do. You know, before we ever got started with Operation Ultra 2015, your daughter already had the 411 on everything. That's how we roll. We don't fucking try to hide. We even tried to add you in 2015 to message you and talk to you. Remember? And you wouldn't do it. You just ignored, hoping it would just go away. We're trying to help you. We're trying to help you get a little bit, you know, this stuff is coming your way, whether, you know, Ramona or Bob Smith is involved or not. This stuff is happening with or without us. Okay? You know, we're just kind of helping it speed along a little bit, hopefully. We'd like to think we are. Anyway, he says her stepfather was not one of Jehovah's Witnesses with a big capital not. You know you just lied out of your crooked teeth. You know you lie. You lie. You lie. Why you lie so much? Why you lie, Zebedee Henry? Huh? Why you lie, Zeb? Why you lie? You know he was Jehovah Witness for many, many years. He pioneer. He hold microphone. He hold microphone for you. You lie. He up on stage. He lead the Bible every week. Why you lie so much? Her mother did attend meetings at the Kingdom Hall, but was in a completely different congregation than Zeb Henry and his family. I like the way that Zeb tries to distance himself from this writing. And that's what narcissists do. This language pattern, if you ever want to look at narcissist language pattern, read a book called In Sheep's Clothing by George K. Simon, PhD. And he basically breaks down the narcissist language pattern. And this is a classic. That's why we took a screenshot of it, because it's just so classic of an example that you can study and go back and show to psychology students about the narcissist language pattern. They like to distance themselves completely. That's why he's got a female name. He thinks that we're actually going to believe that there's some unknown female that's, you know, out of the blue that is just so engaged in this personal drama here, you know. And then, as you can see, to distance himself from this by speaking of himself or of the thing in the third person. So he says her stepfather was not one of Jehovah's Witnesses. Her mother did attend the meetings at the Kingdom Hall, but was in completely different congregation than Zeb Henry and his family. So that makes it look like even the mother wasn't a witness. She just attended the meetings. You know, she just sat there a couple of times. Are you fucking kidding me, you lying, bucktooth, termite face, back of the neck, looks like a pack of hot dog troglodyte? Are you kidding me, you troglodyte? Yeah, look it up. Look it up in a dictionary, Zeb Henry. I know you're reading the Awake for Your College Education, but troglodyte's not going to be in the back of that magazine. You're going to have to pick up a real book like a dictionary from the reference section of the library. Okay? Don't make me go to the library today, okay? Don't make me get my highlighters. All right. So Zeb had absolutely no knowledge of any matters that may have arisen in her mother's congregation. Why don't you say Madison congregation? She didn't own that congregation. If she just attended it, why would you now make her the owner of it? Why don't you say Madison congregation? You afraid to say the name? And of course you want to tell people you had absolutely no knowledge. Oh, sure. That's what they all say. That's what all these pedophiles and pedophile enablers say. I don't know anything. I don't remember anything. It's all lies. Until these videos surfaced recently, no one in the Henry family had any knowledge of her claims. Sure, it's not like I never talked about it to all of your freaking daughters. That's why you wanted to keep them clean and away, because you wanted to keep the info away. She only knows Zeb because she knew his 4 daughters growing up, and he's probably one of the few names she can even remember associated with the organization. Yeah, like all of a sudden I had amnesia, right? And I couldn't remember nobody but you. Like, we don't have any other names in our back pockets at all. In an effort to keep his daughters clean, Zeb didn't allow her to hang around them. So, like, you know, soap and water and bathing and showering didn't come to mind to keep the daughters clean. Like, you know, you didn't instruct them to, like, I'm sure they already knew to take showers anyway. I'm sure they were already clean. But in your eyes, you felt like they were unclean because they were hanging around me because I was begging people for help about the abuse, getting beaten and molested at home. So what you did was say, well, I don't want this person around my kids because then my kids might start telling the things. Oops.
Oh, honey, what did you say? Oh.
So, of course, he had to do a little smear thing here because she would flirt with them and make sexual remarks and write inappropriate letters to them. I'm still wondering about those inappropriate letters. I mean, I flirted with your oldest daughter a couple of times. You know, she was 2 years older than me, and, you know, she was nice. She was a sweet girl. But to all of your all your kids, because some of those kids weren't even born yet. Some of those kids were real, you know, like fetuses. They weren't even born yet. And you're like, now saying all of them? Are you kidding me? I don't know. And then these inappropriate letters, I really would like to see them because I don't remember writing letters to them. You know, that was, I don't think, but if you have some letters, I'd like to see my old writing and compare it to my new writing and see if it is indeed letters that I wrote. So you're welcome to submit them.
Yeah, honey, go ahead.
So anyway, everyone in and around the Henry family assumes that this is where her hate for Zeb originates. Hate? No. You know what? You're not worth hating. You know, you're just a pawn in a bigger chess game. I know that your narcissistic little ego is thinking it's all about you because that's what you do. You infuse yourself into everyone else's business. But in reality, you're just a little pawn. You know what a chess game looks like? You know those little pawn pieces in the front that, you know, you really don't care if you lose? You're one of those. And you're off of you is a platform to expose an organization and a pedophile ring and a pedophile database and whatever else we can expose. Okay, you're just a pawn in that. And JW.org views you the same way. Okay, you're just a rank and file elder or whatever your little position is. Okay, and you know, if they have to dispose of you or have to throw you under the bus at the expense of your life and, you know, your freedom, so that they can, you know, absolve themselves of responsibility in anything, then they will. You know, you're a disposable paper plate. And over here on our side, you are as well. So that's your lot in life. Guess you haven't become half the man you thought you would become, huh? Anyway, honey, he knew nothing of her allegations of sexual abuse as a child. Matter of fact, the only recollection anyone in Alabama has of her was a visit to Alabama following her second trip to Thailand after she had sex change surgery. So this is the big outing here, right here. He was just so sure no one knew of it, and he was just so sure once they knew of it, nobody would ever believe anything on this channel or any of those news reports. Nothing. They would just all magically disbelieve it and believe him. Yeah. Keep on dreaming. She was sporting new facial hair and a deeper voice to many of her friends. Many assumed that the high dose of steroids and hormones she must be required to take to sustain this change has somehow affected her brain and mental stability. For the record, Zeb sold all the trim over a year ago. Yet she continues to harass the business. Ramona, you come across as a coward who has no life except to sit behind a computer all day, miles away in California, creating stupid video and false posts. There are many here in Alabama who look forward to the day you receive your subpoena and have to make the trip home. Trust me, with each new video and post you create, you are just digging yourself in deeper legal troubles and possible jail time, harassment, libel, etc. The FBI, local police department, and Attorney General's office are currently monitoring everything and building a stronger case. Now, let's stop right here. Let's stop right here. Harassment and libel, you are aware that those are civil law issues, right? Do you know what civil is, Zebedee Henry, aka Audrey Monroe, your drag queen name? Is that your JW drag queen name, by the way? Is that your JW drag queen, by the way? Civil law is not criminal law. There's two types of law, okay? Get a pen, get a piece of paper, Beelzebub, Zebedee, Henry III, turd, and take a lesson, okay? You need to do your research a little bit. There's two kinds of law. Well, there's actually 5 kinds of law, but in this case, there's 2 kinds you're talking about. You're calling this civil, which is harassment and libel and slander and domestic violence. That is family law. That is within civil law, okay? And the FBI and Attorney General and the local police does not get involved in individual harassment legal cases. Not usually. They don't, unless you have some criminal element like pedophilia and child molestation cover-ups. Then the FBI and local police and attorney generals are going to get involved. So here's the thing. You're trying to stitch something together that you might not want to be stitching together right now. If you have harassment, libel, FBI, local police, attorney general stitched together in your legal case, that will open you up for discovery and deposing and probing from our end. And we're going to be probing you more than what is that, a rectal exam at the doctor when they have you bend over and they stick that thing in your booty. We're going to be probing you like that legally. We're going to be all up in your gut and colon and in your heart and in your kidneys and in your lungs and in your bloodstream. We're going to be all up in that. In your nano DNA, we're going to be all up in that. We're going to want to know about you, your whole family, because they're Jehovah's Witnesses. So we're going to know, we're going to try and get the documents from all their congregations that they've been in. We're going to go there to the north and try to get all those documents. We're going to try and summon the governing body. I don't think mamajw.org wants you to go that route, honestly, because they don't want to risk being summoned to a trial by jury or summoned to a stand or risk having any kind of secret documents being summoned. They've already paid $4,000 a day in San Diego for court fines for not handing over that list. I don't think they want you to go to court and start some crap like that and have us over there doing this thing. And then you wouldn't be able to do it in Alabama. I don't know if you've realized that just yet, but you would have to come to California. And, you know, you would have to leave your comfort zone and your little bubble over there. Things are a little different here in California, you see. There's a lot of attorneys here. Legal people, lots of out-of-work attorneys that are waiters and waitresses, you know. And they're real cool. I know a couple of them over here at Outback that we used to go to a lot. And, you know, they have a lot of knowledge, you know, and before you even get to any of that, you know, you're going to have to shell out some major money to get that started. But good luck on that. I don't think mamajw.org is going to be pleased with you on it. You might get this fellowship for doing that. Oh, honey. Anyway, you may call yourself an advocate or whatever, but to law enforcement and the majority who watch your videos, you are nothing but a joke. Any social media site you ever opened appears satanic, and you look and sound as though you are mentally unstable. You know what? I think you've lost your sense of humor and creativity. And that's pretty sad and pitiful. You've lived how many years? 60, 70 years on this earth. And you have lost your spark. You've lost your sense of humor, your creativity, and you have no wisdom to share with anyone. That's pathetic. You know, you've lived all these years and you've lost your innocence. You've lost your inner peace. That's really sad. It's really sad. But let's read on. I guess you haven't become half the man you hoped for, huh? Is that what you're saying to me? Or are you saying that to yourself? Because I'm wondering about that phrase. Oh, no, hey. No one cares about the crap you create because everyone knows that you have waged a war with Jehovah God, not them. So you don't care about the quote-unquote crap that's created here, which is the videos you're referring to, because you know that this is supposed to be a war with your Jehovah God, but yet you're leaving like a whole novel on the channel here. It's very interesting. How long did this take you to write? Did this take you to write? This looks like it took this person a long time to write. It says here, you will lose It's only a matter of time. You appear to have a lot of free time on your hands, so I'll leave you with a thought to ponder. When you are finally arrested and sent to jail, will you be in a male or a women's prison? Now, this right here lets me know that you are a perverted bigot. And you might even be closeted in some kind of way. Why you're up in the middle of the night? First of all, are you laying next to your wife, Susan, in the bed? Is she asleep? Is she aware that you have a transgender fetish, that you're up in 1 and 2 in the morning focused on other people's genitals, transgender genitals? Is she aware of that? Because that's nasty. You're nasty, man. You're a freaking creep. I'm telling you. Let's see what the live chat has to say. All right, we've got Mott Floyd in the live chat. Hey, Honey Bell. Brazen Conduct in the live chat. Hey, Honey Bell. Denise Hedberg. We've got Bob's daughter, Ghost Rider Grace. Hey, Boo, Honey Bell. All right, Brazen Conduct in the live chat says, is Audrey Monroe a white-eyed granny with a tisk, tisk, tisk? Is she going to paddle your butt with a spatula? I thought that was kind of stupid, too, like, tisk, tisk, tisk. That, you know, he thought he had me. He thought he had me. When he did that, I just know he was like, yes, I got this little Ramona now. He still sees me as Ramona Mintz. He's hoping I'm that little powerless girl. And he doesn't know reality.
Boo, he don't know what time it is, Boo. It's 2017, Boo. You need to wake up to reality. This is a grown-ass man on your ass, Boo. And this ain't just any old man. This is somebody who's gone through some surgeries, honey. 13 hours of cutting on your groin, Boo. You know how many nerves are in between your legs, Boo, and the groin? About 3,000, Boo. And then you got knives, surgery knives, chisels, cutting. 13 hours nonstop, Boo. You want to know what pain is, Boo? You come talk to me, Boo, because I set the standard for pain, Boo. That's who you talking to, and that's who you dealing with, honey, Boo. You think this little shit's gonna make somebody scared or upset, Boo? They gonna use this to expose you even more, Boo. And now we got a lot more viewers because people are interested in this topic anyway, Boo. It's an attention-grabbing topic, Boo. So since you put it on out there, Boo, we're gonna tag that on your back and on your face. And we're gonna use it, honey, Boo. Let me show you what we got, Boo. Look at this now. We're gonna finish this right here, Boo. Look at this. I think you want to do the transgender topic, Boo. We got something for you, honey, Boo.
We do?
Yes, Boo.
Really?
Yes, honey, Boo.
All right, we got 11 viewers. Thank you for tuning in. So, Sister Smith, let's see what we got.
Boo, do you know, honey, Boo? Jeffrey Jackson, honey, Boo. Jeffrey Jackson, honey, Boo. He's wearing skirts himself, Boo. You're talking about Beelzebub, talking about transgender people and LGBT people being evil and sick and not to be believed, Boo. Well, Boo, what is this right here?
Whoa, is that Jeffrey Jackson?
Yes, honey, this is Jeffrey Jackson right here in that white fabulous shirt right here. Look at this, Boo. Is that shirt not fabulous or what, Boo?
Yeah, it is kind of fabulous. It looks kind of like something Prince would wear.
Yeah, Boo, that does look like something Prince would wear, Boo.
All right, let's see what the people in the live chat have to say. Brazen Conduct says, autocorrect is worth hating. White-haired, not white-eyed. Whoa, now what did you say? Mott Floyd in the live chat says, hey, I was just thinking that we should get our own carts and park up next to those stupid carts with quotations from Crisis of Conscience and tell the truth for every lie they say. Now, that's a good idea. Yup. So, Denise Hedberg says, she's having a hard time walking. Pray for me. All right, Denise, we hope you feel better. Mock Floyd says all is good in Mockville. All right, Mock Floyd, glad to see you, buddy. And then JW lives matter, but your lives don't. All right. Thank you for tuning in, my friend. And JW lives matter says, Audrey, my closest friend, asked me to convey her apologies. She's a bit tied up at the moment. Regards, Marilyn Hepburn.
Oh, that is so crazy. What a bro. Denise Hedberg says, Bob, you make me smile every day, honey child. Oh, baby, I love you too, honey. Mwah. And Mark Floyd says, just noticed quite the JW novel over there. No paragraphs, no typical poor education, boo.
Yeah, one thing about that comment, you can already size up the mental capacity of the author of that comment, of Zebedee Henry, okay? He doesn't have any education. I think he's got a certificate in refrigeration from Frick and Frack's School of Refrigeration. I think that's what it's called, Frick or Frack's School of Refrigeration. He has a certificate, and I think it's from 1970 or 1980, way back. So other than that, you know, he's just been washing cars over there or putting tires on cars, or I'm just kidding. He customizes cars, you know, window tinting and putting logos on them, and he probably puts a little gas in the cars or something for the people, you know, that kind of deal. So it's somebody who doesn't really have an education, you know, and he has done quite well for himself. But anyway, his his mama JW.org over here, and Jehovah Daddy, Jeffrey Jackson, as you can see, is very fabulous and very LGBT. Really, boo? Look, he's wearing a skirt on stage. You see that? He's got a skirt.
Ew, honey. Those legs are bare shaven, boo.
Yup. You see that? So you're talking about transgender LGBT, and your folks are cross-dressing like crazy.
Boo, they are cross-dressing like crazy.
This young man down here in the corner with the glasses and the Hitlerish mustache, that's Zebedee Henry. That's his butch look right there. You know, when he's out doing the Jehovah thing and he's doing his elder thing, he has to look a certain way, just like his Jehovah Daddy on top of him there, Jeffrey Jackson. He's got the butch look on the top part, but then you see on the bottom here, he's got the femme look. So he's got a butch, he's a butch on top. Jeffrey Jackson is a top on top and then a bottom on the bottom. You see that?
What, boo? What is a top and a bottom, boo? What is a top and a bottom, boo?
Well, you see, that's the LGBT language. Zeb Henry probably knows about that. Do you know what a top and a bottom is, Zebedee? Zeb, do you know that, Beelzebub?
Boo, he probably knows a little bit too well, boo.
Well, if you look at this picture here where he's cleaning the toilet, does that look like a top or a bottom, a butch or a femme to you? Live chat, what do you guys think? Anyway, Bex O'Neill is in the chat. Hey, baby! All right, so we've got the live chat. We've got a question out to the audience. If you're just tuning in, we want to thank you for listening. We've got a bunch of viewers. We've got Black Sheep and the Unwitnessed. Boom. Hey, Black Sheep. We've got Denise Hedberg, Bex O'Neill, Brazen Conduct. We've got Ghost Rider Grace. We've got Mop Floyd. We've got JW Lives Matter, but you don't. We've got, did we say Brazen Conduct? We've got a whole chat load of good people. We're going to turn on some music. And in the meantime, in the break, I want you to take a look at this picture right here. Beelzebub Henry III turd. He's looking for a fourth turd in that toilet bowl. And the question is that a butch or a femme? Is that a top or a bottom? Do you think that that's a top or a bottom? So in the meantime, we're going to take a short sound break, right? And then when we get back, we're going to look at the live chat and look at the answers that have come up during the live chat, during the break.
I'm all over you. Are you all over me? Sure, it hurts when you see rainy days start to cheat to get to me. 'Cause I'm all over you. Are you all over me? Sure, it hurts when you see rainy days start to cheat to get to me. Are you all over me? And I have words for you some other time, in a different state of mind, catching up when you're behind. 'Cause I'm all over you. Are you all over me? True, it hurts when you see rainy days start to cheat to get to me. 'Cause I'm all over you. Are you all over me? True, it hurts when you see rainy days start to cheat to get to me. Are you all over me?
This Friday and Saturday, visit America's Tire for incredible Memorial Day deals. Get up to $320 in rebates on select tire and wheel packages when you use America's Tire credit. America's Tire, where America saves on tires.
All right, I'm back. I'm sorry about that. I don't know if the commercial came on. I'm kind of miffed about that, but anyway. Sorry about that. All right, had to take a quick break. We're still talking about what's her face showing up for the chat now, okay? So, what are you going to do now, Audrey? Are you going to come up in here or what? Let's take a look at the live chat. Let's see what people in the live chat had to say about this now. So, what do you think? Is this butch or femme? Is this a butch or a femme person? Is this a top or a bottom? Let's see what the live chat says. Denise Hedberg says, I never figured out why he was wearing a skirt.
Honey, what do you think, boo? Take a look at this picture, boo. Do you still not get it, boo? Boo, do you still not get it, boo?
Black Sheep, the Unwitnessed, says that's a femme bottom sub.
You mean to tell me Zebedee Henry III, Beelzebub, is a femme bottom, boo? You mean to tell me he's a femme bottom sub, boo? Goodness God, honey.
Denise Hedberg 66 says femme bottom then. So it's a unanimous decision. The jury is in. You are a femme bottom, Zebedee Henry III. And your Jehovah Daddy, he might be a little bit more butch than you because, I don't know, he seems a little too flamboyant too. Look at this. Oops. Well, this is Zebedee Henry's face here, and he's trying to let you know about the secret database, the porn ring, the door-to-door, sending the pedophiles door-to-door. See, you want to zoom in a little bit? Right there, you see that? Let's see if we can make his picture real big. There, look at that. You see that? Look into his eyes. He's got a lot of info here for you. You see? There. And then this here. You see that? All right. Oh, here we go. This Jeffrey Jackson right here. Look at this. This is something like what Prince would wear.
Yeah, boo. This is something what Prince would wear for sure, honey. Jeffrey Jackson is feeling pretty, boo. I think he's a femme bottom too, boo.
Yeah, I think so too. I think he's a femme bottom. Oh yeah, Black Sheep. There's a porn ring. We'll get to it. Yeah, the police suspect a porn ring within the Jehovah's Witnesses. And well, since you asked the question, there are 2 Jehovah's Witnesses. We've got names and even the names of the congregation that these Jehovah's Witness men are in and were in that were busted in a New Jersey porn ring right there in that same area where we have the Aaron Brockovich, Whites and Luxembourg law firm doing that national TV commercial looking for sexually abused Jehovah's Witnesses. Yeah, they bust. I think there's 3+ Jehovah's Witnesses that have been busted just in this New Jersey porn ring. The state of New Jersey has an operation. It's that freaking bad. Oh yeah, we've got some info for you today. We done told you, boo. See, this is what happens when Jehovah's Witness elders attempt to bully and threaten and intimidate victims who speak out. It backfires, and it backfires badly. Your approach is not working for you. This is what bullying gets you. So you might want to not bully people. Okay? All right. So, here, let me show you guys a video of Jeffrey Jackson live doing this. Not live, but a video of Jeffrey Jackson. Okay? So, let's see. We got this up. Let's see how we do this. All right.
Boo, what? You got a video of him? You are so crazy, honey, boo.
Booyah! Take a look. And you can't really understand what he's saying, but it's definitely him. Here you go. He's speaking in another language. There you go. There you have it, folks. So now that we've got that out of the way, hopefully Beelzebub, Zeb Henry, can get over his transgender fetish. You know, because your daddy's transgender, you're transgender, you're cross-dressing, wearing skirts and crap, whatever. Cross-dressing, transvestite. Whatever you're supposed to be, you're up in the LGBT mix, okay, girl? I'm gonna call you a girl, Zebedee Henry.
Oh, honey, Miss Thing, Miss Audrey. Miss Audrey, honey, boo.
We got a song for you, Audrey, Zebedee. I'm Coming Out, Diana Ross. We're gonna dedicate this song to you, okay, by Diana Ross, and it's called Coming Out for Beelzebub Henry, okay? There's Audrey. You gotta leave me alone. Stop it
right now. You stop it right now. None of this is true. Why do you have me in a dress? Stop it.
Is that all you have to say, Audrey?
Yeah, that's all I have to say.
Well, too bad. You've been outed. Zeb's coming out. He wants the world to know. He's gotta let it show.
No, I'm not.
Zeb's coming out. He wants the world to know. He wants to let it show. Go on, Zeb. Let the Audrey out. Oh, wear that wig. Who cares? It's okay to be gay. It's okay to be a cross-dresser. It's okay to be a transvestite, a transgender, a transhuman. Yeah, look it up. Transhuman. It's okay. It's okay to be a transporter, a transformer, a transitioner, a trans-revolutionator. It's okay. If you're that way, you can come on out right now. You know, it seems like you have some kind of transgender fetish. And rightly so, because your Jeffrey daddy has it too.
No, it's not true. You get this picture off of here. Stop it. The FBI is going to arrest you for that picture.
The FBI doesn't care. But they might come arrest you for something, for some kind of pictures.
Shut up!
So this is Audrey right here. Audrey is putting it down. She's exposing the Bob Smith channel, as you can see.
Somehow I'll have to make them.
Yeah, I've exposed you for being a transgender, for having a sex change surgery. Now no one will believe you. No one's ever going to believe you now. They're going to believe me. They're never going to bother me again.
Okay.
I want the world to know. Got to let it show.
Zeb's coming out. He wants the world to know. He wants to let it show. Zeb's coming out. He wants the world to know. Got to let it show. Yeah. Come on, Zeb. Let your hair down. Shake it, bake it, twerk it, and work it. Oh. Got my disco lights on. Alrighty. So, let's check in the live chat. We've had a little fun here with Audrey, aka Zebedee Henry III from Montgomery, Alabama. He's a Jehovah's Witness elder. If you're just tuning in, I'd like to thank you. We got 10 people watching. And this Jehovah's Witness elder, he's a longtime elder. He's very, very devout. He's probably a circuit overseer, a substitute circuit overseer, or maybe, you know, right-hand man to Big Jehovah, kahuna type person, and maybe not. Who knows? But, you know, he's got a reputation, and he got in trouble over there with that two-witness rule because he's been helping to cover up child abuse, child molestation, more than a handful of people, actually. And right now he's dealing with a few public outings about that, and he's using something called distraction to try and discredit the source of those outings. You know, he really thought he was outing me by posting a comment about me having had transgender surgeries. And I guess he was trying to convince all of you listening and viewing that I'm not to be believed about anything that I'm saying because I'm transgender, and that by default would make me crazy and insane and not to be believed. So never mind, there's a CNN news report, there's BBC, there's 60 Minutes, gosh, you know, I mean, we have USA Today, we've got the New York Washington Post, we've got the Australian Royal Commission, we've got Irvin Zalkin Law Firm, Whites and Luxembourg, we've even got the Spotlight movie team in on this, and the Boston Globe reporters like Mike Resendez, who blew the Catholic Church out of the water and brought them to their knees, you know, almost a decade ago with their investigative research and journalism and all of that good stuff. So, and by the way, Zebedee Henry, all those people know all about that hashtag on Twitter, hashtag search Zeb Henry 3, the number 3. If you get curious and want to know more about what's going on and what this is about. But in a nutshell, this elder covers up child molestation with the 2-witness rule. That is part of his church policy. It is part of his requirement as a Jehovah's Witness man in the leadership position to enforce that. And there are quite a few cases there that are talking with each other, both inside and outside. And it seems like there's a lot more than we even had thought. So lots more is coming out. More and more is coming out every day. But in any case, so Audrey Monroe has had her say today. Audrey Monroe, we want to thank you for stopping by. Zebedee Henry, we want to thank you for stopping by and having had your say. Even if you weren't physically here, we conjured you up through your image. And we gave you your space. So this was your last chance, and we appreciate that.
No, I have more to say. I want you to stop talking.
Too bad. Goodbye. Click. All right. So. So, yeah, there you go. It's okay to be gay, Zeb and Jeffrey Jackson, or whatever you guys are, transgender, trans cross-dresser. You know, there's a lot of different terms. Not everyone is transgender. Not everyone is gay. Gay people aren't necessarily wanting to have a sex change, okay? Understand that. Gay people and lesbian and bisexual, it's about their orientation to another person, whereas a transgender person may or may not be gay. They might be straight, okay? It's not about who they're attracted to. It's about their physical body and their gender identity. Gender is not the same as physical biological sex, okay? Understand that. A person can have a biological body of one sex. They can be biologically male, but male does not equal the same in meaning as man. Look these terms up in the dictionary, and you're going to really understand that these umbrella terms that we've used to blanket and describe people and ourselves don't mean the same thing. It's like I told you earlier about the language of Jehovah's Witnesses. When Jehovah's Witnesses talk to you, yes, they're speaking English or whatever language that you're speaking to with them, but they also have a sub-language of their own. And these words that they speak to you may not mean the same thing that you and the rest of the public society deems them to mean. And this is the same thing. When you're talking about a transgender person, it is not about sex. It is about identity. You can have a male body, and for most male-bodied individuals, when they become adults, they're men. But a man is not necessarily the same as a male. And this is where Jehovah's Witnesses lose track, you know, because they've got all of these judgments, and coupled with their own sexual repression and even their own sexual hidden perversions that, you know, they don't want any of the public to know. Coupled with that, you can see how they can twist things up and just totally lose their mind when they deal with a transgender person, okay? And then you add on top of that this person is in the Deep South. He's in Alabama, the Bible Belt, okay? And I'm not saying that all people from Alabama are like this, because there are some very progressive, intelligent, enlightened, advanced folks everywhere, including in the Deep South and in Alabama, Georgia, Florida, Texas. You know, these are all great states that have some great people in them. However, there is a large population of hicks and hillbillies and fearful, paranoid people, ignorant people. And unfortunately, you know, this is one of them, at least in the opinion of yours truly. Perhaps someone else would think differently, and I'm sure he thinks of himself differently. But there we have it. All right, we've got 8 viewers. Want to thank you for tuning in. Let's take a look at what we've got in the live chat here. Let's see what the live chat is saying. And we've got EE. Hey, how's it going? He says, Alabama, my bad. Okay, he says, Georgia is not the only place on earth where JWs have not covered up child abuse. And then he says, please join us, Audrey. You need to know what is going to happen to those who have collaborated with child abuse cover-ups. Raised in Conduct says, come on, Audrey, come on out. Yup. And Bex O'Neill says, shut your whore mouth and sue your personal shopper. So, Zebedee Henry, this is a message from Bex O'Neill. She says,
shut your whore mouth, boo, and sue your personal shopper, boo.
Excelsior says the FBI have far bigger fish to fry. Yes. But they might get involved if you're on some kind of porn ring, you know, if you're you're on the database, the pedophile database. All the elders that help to enable child sexual abuse, even if you're not molesting them, which we're not too sure if you haven't done a little bit more than just enable, you know, because the first logical question people have is, what kind of person helps to cover up such things? Are they doing that? I mean, why would a person help cover it up if they weren't doing that themselves? It's just a logical question, right? I mean, that's the first thing any jury is going to think. The first thing any attorney, prosecuting attorney is going to think. The first thing any newspaper reader or anyone reading these articles, or that's the first thing your business partners are going to have already thought. They're like, so there's a 2-witness rule, and this guy's a Jehovah's Witness, you know. We know he's a Jehovah's Witness. And so this religion has a 2-witness rule that covers up pedophilia. They definitely have a problem. It's all over the news, all over the world. It's not just one country, you know. And they've gone on YouTube and watched all these other videos. Shoot, we're tweeting these links to them, and we know that people on the Twitter page are watching, and they're going to these links. So whether you look at these things or not, Zebedee, other people, the public is looking at them. You might want to look and see what other people are reading about you and jw.org. So anyway, let's move a little forward here. We've got some things to talk about, okay? Now, number one, we've looked at the comment, and a lot of times the cookie cutter pattern of religious people, of religious institutions and religious people, especially if they're guilty, what they like to do is they like to use the crazy and insanity thing. They like to attempt to discredit victims who speak out with the crazy defense and insanity defense. It's a classic, what this guy Zebedee Henry is doing, it's a classic cookie cutter pattern, okay? And what we're going to do, we're going to look at something called toxic parents overcoming their hurtful legacy, okay? Now, live chat, we've got 9 viewers. We've got some people in the live chat. I won't be able to see the live chat for a while, but feel free to give your comments, because we're going to go back into the live chat in a minute and look at your comments and see what you have to say about this. But I'm going to do another screen share with you.
Boo, what is this, honey, boo? Toxic parents overcoming their hurtful legacy, boo, and reclaiming your life by Susan Forward, PhD, boo. So what is that about, boo?
Well, take a look at this. Hold on a minute. Let me see if we can get some music going. And then we're going to talk about this book. This book here by Susan Forward, it's a really great book. It's really helped people to understand their own situation. Okay, so we're going to look at the parts here. And in this book, there's a section where she talks about this cookie cutter pattern that religious people use, especially if there's been incest within the family. This is the cookie cutter pattern they use to try and discredit victims who speak out. And Watchtower, Bible Tract Society, JW.org, Zebedee Henry III, as you can see, is no different. So first of all, let's look at the chapter outline before we get to that one part I want to show you. But this is a good book. Check out this book if you can at the local library or at Amazon. It's well worth it, okay? So what we have here is part one, we have toxic parents. There's two parts, I think. And part two, reclaiming your life, okay? So the first part is going to show you a picture of what toxic parents are like. And then you're going to compare that with your own experience. Now, it takes courage to do this. It takes courage. Okay? But we're here together. We're going to do this together. You know? I'm not going to tell you it's easy. But you're going to be all right. And then the second part of the book is a way to heal, a way to reclaim your life. Okay? To not only survive, but to thrive. All right, are you ready? Are you ready to do this with us?
Okay, boo, I'm ready. Let's do it. Let's do it.
All right. All right. So toxic parents, God-like parents, the myth of the perfect parent. Just because you didn't mean it doesn't mean it didn't hurt. The inadequate parents. Chapter 3. Why can't they let me live my own life? The controllers. Now, I think Zebedee Henry's kind of one of those guys. No one in this family is alcoholic. The alcoholics. The bruises are all inside. The verbal abusers. Now, this kind of abuse is a lot more common than I think a lot of people even realize. Sometimes the bruises are on the outside too. And then you have the ultimate betrayal, the sexual abusers. We're going to dig into that one in a minute. Yes. Why do parents behave this way? The family system. And then you're going to have the second part, reclaiming your life. You don't have to forgive. See, this is another thing these narcissistic abusers and their enablers do, is they say, well, why don't you just forgive and forget? Yeah, but you're still abusing. You're still abusing. That's not forgiving and forgetting. That's dysfunction. Chapter 10, I'm a grown-up. Why don't I feel like one? A lot of us can relate to that one. Can you relate to that one? Is that kind of scary? I don't like that chapter. No, get that out of here. It's all right. It's all right. We're going to get through it together. Chapter 11, the beginnings of self-definition. What? You mean I haven't grown up yet? I'm almost 60, 70 years old, and I haven't even known myself yet? Probably not if you're a Jehovah's Witness. Who's really responsible? Uh-oh. Confrontation, the road to independence. Healing the incest wound, breaking the cycle. Epilogue, letting go of the struggle. Now, let's go right to it. Page 202. I'm going to show you something here, you see, because this Zebedee Henry, he's really a classic cookie cutter example. Let's see, where are we at? Let's see, 201, here we go. All right, so let's see, time for us to stop pretending. Tracy decided to confront her father and mother separately. No, that's not the one. This is another case study. This one I'm looking for is called Liz. Here we go. So this is the chapter on confronting incest. All right. So let's read this together here. All right. This is going to give you a deeper look into Zebedee Henry and the Jehovah's Witnesses, and to these types of people that help cover up child abuse and child molestation and that molest their own children. Okay. So you've got this one here. When Liz was 13, she had told her mother about her stepfather's abuse. In a desperate effort to stop it, her mother hadn't believed her, and Liz had never brought it up again. And this happens a lot too. Liz's stepfather, Bert, was a courtly, ruddy-faced man, now in his early 60s. It was significant that he wore his black clerical suit and white collar to the session. Imagine that. Now, her stepfather's coming in. He knows what this is about. He's already been told about, well, I think he probably has a feeling, but he's got a, he's wearing his black clerical suit and white collar to the session, to a mental health counseling session. So that already tells you something, right? He's a man of the cloth, a clergy, and he thinks he's above these people here, right? He's commissioned by Jehovah God, quote unquote, like Zebedee says. We know this is a war not against any person, but against Jehovah God. So he's aligned himself with the master of the universe, the God of the whole entire universe. He's in line with that. And this is what this guy's doing. He's wearing his black clerical suit and white collar to the session. Liz's mother, Rhoda, was a tall, thin, stern-faced woman with black hair heavily streaked with gray. Both were full of righteous indignation from the moment they walked in the door. How dare you call us into a therapy session? We don't need any counseling from these worldly people. You're the one who's sick and crazy. How dare you shame us publicly like this? How dare you expose us for the two-witness rule? How dare you? You're going to be destroyed at Armageddon, right? This is the mindset. It's the typical religious institutional mindset. Institutionalization is what it's called. Okay, so anyway, both were full of righteous indignation from the moment they walked in the door. And Zeb Henry has that. You can see that in his comment that he wrote under his drag queen name, Audrey Monroe. Beelzebub, we call him Beelzebub the third turd, Zebedee Henry III. Audrey Monroe, but he has righteous indignation. You can see that all oozing out of his comment in his post. Liz did and said everything she had practiced, but every time she attempted to talk about the molestations, she was met with a stone wall of angry denial and accusation. According to her parents, she was insane. She was making it all up. She was wicked, a wicked, vengeful girl trying to get back at Bert for having been a stern disciplinarian. Isn't that the same thing Zebedee Henry has accused us of here? Of being vindictive and being crazy and satanic and wicked and trying to get back at Zebedee and having hate for Zebedee. It's the same cookie cutter things. This is nothing new. This book was written I think in the 80s, by the way. So, and before this book was written, other books were writing this stuff, So this is something that happens. It's classic. It's garden variety. Zebedee Henry is not unique in his behavior pattern. And it's very easy to compare and look at his behavior pattern and his responses and reactions and analyze them and look at them and see them for what they are and actually call them in the names. Once you have a name of something, it loses its power, by the way. So when you're able to label these things that people do when they manipulate you, when they try to induce fear or obligation or guilt or shaming you in some kind of way, or when they just are hostile and attacking you, trying to intimidate and bully you and psychologically bully you, you have these tools to dissect that and just, tear the veil off and see right through it and make it transparent. And that's the thing that Jehovah's Witnesses run from. They run from transparency. They run from the spotlight. They absolutely hate it. They hate transparency. They're a very secretive group of people, and for good reason, as you now know. So Liz was holding her own, but getting nowhere. She looked at me helplessly and stepped in. So this is what the therapist said to these two people. By the way, Bert, the dad, had sexually molested this Liz. Okay, that's why she was in counseling and suffering all these years. So this is what the counselor, Susan Forward, PhD, said to the parents now, to these two parents, where the mother refused to help the girl. She turned her head. She knew that the preacher dad, the father, the elder dad, he's the same thing like Zebedee Henry, except he's a Catholic, all right, or whatever, a Protestant. But he's a man of the cloth and in a position of authority within his church, just like Zebedee Henry. So this girl, Liz, she's confronting them in therapy, and they're stonewalling her. So this is what Susan Forward, the therapist, the counselor, says, the psychologist, to them. You've both betrayed her enough, and I'm not going to permit it anymore. I'm sorry that neither of you has the courage to admit the truth. Zebedee III, neither of you has the courage to admit the truth. Bert, you know everything Liz is saying is true. No one makes up these humiliating and painful things. No one makes up these things. No one makes up these humiliating and painful things. No one makes up years of depression and shame. The statute of limitations has run out on your crime, but I want you to know that because you're in a position of trust and authority with other children, Liz and I have reported you to Child Protective Services. If you ever hurt another child, that report will weigh heavily against you. I don't see how you can minister to other people when your whole life is built on a lie. You're a fraud and a child molester, Reverend, Elder. You know it, and God knows it. Bert's face turned to stone. He said nothing, but his rage was obvious. I turned to Liz's mother in one last attempt to get her to face the truth, but all my words fell on deaf ears. Yup. Bert and Rhoda's defenses were impenetrable, and I saw no reason to prolong Liz's pain. She had all the information she needed. So I asked Bert and Rhoda to leave. Liz knew she had to make a choice between her parents and her emotional well-being. It was not possible for her to have both. Her decision did not take long. I've got to cut them out of my life. They're just too crazy. The only way I could have a relationship with them is for me to be crazy too. So there you go. There you go. We've done dissected Zebedee Henry III like a frog at a science fair. Honey, what? You done dissected Zebedee Henry like a frog at a science fair, boo. What mess is that, boo? Oh, no, boo. No, boo. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We're going to listen to some Bootsy right about now. Yeah, I done ran way back. Bootsy, some funky stuff. Oh, and by the way, we've got something else coming up. Oh, by the way, let me not take a break right now, because you know what? We've got something else coming up. I forgot we had this other thing right here. Yes, it was sent by our good friend Grace Ghostwriter in the chat room. Let me see if you're still in the chat room, by the way. Are you in the chat room? Hey, boo, are you in the chat room, Grace Ghostwriter, honey, boo? Let's take a look right quick, because this piece You're going to really love this piece. It's from Yale and Law Policy Review. Yeah, I'm telling you, we've got some badass mamma jammas up in here. Let me see. Grace Ghostwriter, are you still in the chat? I think she's probably listening in. But anyway, in the live chat, we've got Mark Floyd saying Audrey must be as nervous as a plate at a Greek wedding. What, honey? What, honey, boo? I don't know, boo. Black Sheep, the Unwitnesses, I can relate, Denise. Denise Hedberg in the live chat says, my JW dad always said if we didn't obey him, we were disobeying God. I think he had a God complex. Yep. Denise Hedberg, I think you're right about that. I think a lot of these JW dads and elders do tend to blur the line between, this idea of God and themselves, I even wonder if Zebedee Henry III thinks he's one of the new anointed people. You guys ever wonder that? He must think he's one of the new anointed people. I wonder if he takes a sip off of the wine during the memorial. This past memorial, I wonder did he eat one of the crackers and did he drink the wine? Because there's all kinds of people saying that they're anointed. I mean, I know of some 30-year-olds saying they're anointed. So, him being 70 or 80, I don't know how old this Zebedee is. 70, 80 years old, 60, 60-something, 50, 60, 70. However old he's supposed to be. I'm just thinking, he's so arrogant and thinks, so full of himself. He might be, sipping up the sippy cup. What, Bill? Sippy cup? Black Sheep, the Witness says family headship, boo. Woo, what about? Excelsior says, boo, so many of those in good standing are monsters, never Christians. Yeah, I'm going to tell you about that person that I had to live with that was in good standing. He went to every meeting. He never missed a meeting in years. He walked the walk and talked the talk at the Kingdom Hall. I mean, he was, they never gave him a lot of respect, and rightly so. He didn't deserve it. But the other men in the congregation, they really didn't give him a lot of respect. They didn't give him a lot of privileges. And I think that it made him angry. And the same thing happened with his job. They chucked him many times for raises. They gave him shitty assignments, and he accepted them. And he never got any respect, I think, from adults around him. And I think that since I was the easiest kid, the easiest target, he took these things out on me in a physically violent way. And of course, the woman who gave birth to me, she, being a little bit more cunning and intelligent than him, used that. She was just as sick as him. So she would instigate a lot of that violence and increase it on me for perceived slights. So, for example, when I was 6 years old, I came home from school one day, and I didn't wash the dishes in time when she came home, because I usually had to be alone at home. I had to cook for myself. I had to make sure I do my own homework. And as a kid, I would have my imaginary friends. My imaginary friends were teachers and professors, and they would teach me my homework. So that I had to imagine my own teachers helping me do homework after school for all my life, for all my childhood. I didn't ever have anybody help me with homework or anything like that. Anyway, one evening she came home. I had already come home from school a few hours earlier, and I didn't wash the dishes. I'm a kid, you know, kids are not going to do that. They just, you know, you have to teach them. So in her mind, it was a perceived slight to her, and she told me she was going to get me back and just to wait till the step person got home, and that she was going to get me through him. And so, sure enough, when he got home, she got him riled up and angry. She went down a list of all these things that I didn't do, like clean my room, clean my dishes. And him already being insecure in himself, you know, and I don't think he's ever had any friends. I don't think he's ever been able to deal with other adults on an equal level, you know. So he would strip me naked and either take the metal part of the belt buckle or some tree limbs called switches and just viciously beat me from top to bottom. But he would stop right around my stomach area, so these things wouldn't hit my face. You know, but I would have to wear long sleeves or sweatpants in the summer. I remember one summer I could not go swimming the whole summer because I had all these lesions and cuts on my legs all the way down, and I was told by them to wear sweatpants, long pants. So it was hot as hell. I couldn't go swimming the whole summer. My friends were swimming. They're like, "Why don't you go swimming?" And I couldn't tell them. It was so humiliating and so painful. And every time I took a shower, it would sting. It's one of those lacerations I had to actually put a bandage on, and I'll never forget. I saw the white of my flesh. It was that deep. He had struck me with a switch that deep. It was on the inner of my right thigh. And that happened when I was 10 years old, and I had a scar up until I was 35. So I had a scar for 25 years, and then the scar finally, it started disappearing, but there's still a small lump of scar tissue. It's not visible, but I can feel it. That's how long that particular scar lasted, and I will never forget the image. I can still see it as clear as day, the white of my flesh. I actually was able to see the white part of my flesh there, and it was bleeding. And that was one particular incident when I was 10. And Zebedee Henry knew about these things. You see, he knew full and well, and he didn't care. There are other more explicit, you know, sexually abusive things, but Zebedee Henry was full aware of that, not just to my stuff, but also other kids there. Yes, there are other kids. There are other people. They're just afraid, you know, and they don't have the courage to speak up, and they don't want to rock the boat. So now, having talked about that, we're going to talk about what Yale Law Policy Review has to say. If you're just tuning in, we want to thank you for tuning in. We've got Brazen Conduct in the live chat, Black Sheep the Unwitnessed. We've got Excelsior, we've got Bob Floyd, Denise Hedberg, Bex O'Neill, and we've got a bunch of other cool people that are on the invisible realm listening in. All right. Brazen Conduct and Black Sheep. Black Sheep says, their excuse is humans are imperfect. God's organization is run by imperfect men. So, of course, there's going to be some bad apples. You know, that excuse is old and lame. If you're going to say imperfect, then we need to work on perfecting it a little bit more. We need to improve it. And we don't need to be waiting on Jehovah to fix it. Okay? Brazen Conduct in the live chat says, could write a book or 10 on my father, the picture-perfect servant of Jehovah. He's been an elder for many years now. Growing up, he showed the pretty company exterior, but he was often very angry with an out-of-control temper. Man liked to beat some ass. Brazen Conduct, I am so sorry you went through that too. God, you know, it's like almost everybody we talk to has had something terrible like this, you know? And then you sit at the Kingdom Hall with your suit and tie and with your dresses, and you look around and you play this role, this holy moly role, and then so many people behind closed doors are doing terrible things to their kids, to their kids, to their own kids. You know, the woman who gave birth to me, she treated some people like gold. Those people probably have a hard time even fathoming her being any different than what she has been to them. And, you know, they probably wouldn't believe some of the things that I've experienced with her behind closed doors as a child that was in a powerless position. They compare their adult to another adult level relationship with my child to parent relationship with her. And then they say, oh, that I can't believe that would ever happen. I can't believe she did that. I can't believe she sat there and watched you get molested and beaten. She's so nice to me. She helped my kids. She helped my kids pay for their house. And she bought my son-in-law a car. And she's been hiring my kids to work on her home and remodel her home. And they've made $50,000, $60,000 off of that. She's helped them with so much, and she's such a nice lady. No way. No way. And then, you know, if you really start to think about it, do you think these abusers would show the world that they're abusive? I mean, come on. Think about this for a minute. Child molesters and their enablers, do you think that they're going to advertise that to you, that they're doing that? No. They're going to do everything to get you to think the opposite. And it's not necessarily that look, people that do this, they're not going to get two witnesses. They're not going to tell anybody, right? Anyway, if you were a certain person, I'll tell you, if you were a saltwater pufferfish, she would treat you like gold. She loved her fish. She loves her fish. Okay? She loves her fish. Those fish, she has special food that she drives across town to, and that person has to catch that food from the Florida coast. He's some kind of scuba diver, saltwater enthusiast. He's a very wealthy man. He can afford this hobby. It's a very expensive hobby, by the way, saltwater aquariums. Anyway, these fish, she has special food. She has a special section in her freezer for these fish where it's just their food, okay? And she drives across town to get that. She pays good money. And those fish, the tanks, she buys everything she needs. She puts all the blood, sweat, and tears to keep those saltwater aquariums prime and ready and beautiful and wonderful for those fish. Those fish she treats like gold. But don't be her kid. Do not be her kid. And there's a lot of people like that. They have a nice side to them, but don't be their family member. Don't be their son or their daughter, okay? And I'm wondering if Zebedee Henry and some of his folks are kind of like that. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. What has the live chat got to say about that? All right, we've got Excelsior saying beating of children. A real woman does not encourage the beating of her children. Monsters. Yep. A real man does not take out his insignificance on women and children. Yeah, Zebedee Henry, he likes to take out his insignificance and insecurity on women and children. I think he is misogynistic. I think he's a weak coward. And I think, unfortunately for him, he wants to still categorize me as a powerless girl. That's why he keeps calling Ramona Mintz out. He thinks it's, you know, he's doing some kind of word magic on it. But the only thing that you're evoking with that name is Sergeant Bully Crusher. Hey, Zebedee Henry, What does Hannibal Lecter call a Jehovah's Witness? Free delivery. Oh, honey, don't scare people like that, boo. Do not scare people like that, honey, boo. You scare people like that with that, honey, boo. Honey, boo. All right, so we've got 5 people watching. We got a handful of people. We're going to take a short music break of sorts as soon as I can find out where I'm going on my thing here on my YouTube phone. Yeah, I had my song queued up here earlier. Let's see. All right, this is called, yeah. Oh no, you know what I want to play is this one right here. We're going to listen to a little Bootsy, and we'll be right back. And then we're going to look at this Yale law policy review. It's real interesting. You're going to love it. See you in a minute.
I'd rather be with you, yeah. Yeah, I'd rather be with you. I'd rather be with you, yeah. Yeah, I'd rather be with you. I'd rather be with you until I'm free. Oh, yes, I do. I'd rather be with you until that day will fly away. I just love that smiling face in the early sun. If I can't have you to myself, then life's no fun. I'd rather be with you, yeah. Yeah, I'd rather be with you. I'd rather be with you, yeah. Yeah, I'd rather be with you. I wanna hold your hand, oh, if I can, just be your man. I wanna be your friend, not now and then, but until the end. I just love the way you act, and that's a fact. I wanna be your number one, so get to that. Maybe the next time. Maybe the next time. Whoa. Maybe the next time. Maybe the next time. Oh, 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 oh. I'd rather be with you until I'm oh yes, all right.
And we are back. That was Bootsy. Rather be with you. Bootsy Collins. And if you don't know who Bootsy Collins is, what rock are you hiding?
Oh, honey, we're going way back. P-Funk Parliament, honey, George Clinton. P-Funk, Bootsy Collins, boo.
Yeah, Bootsy Collins. Favorite bass player. I think Bootsy is a revolutionary, a musical revolutionary. You know, when Bootsy came along, I think he played bass for James Brown. Excuse me. I think he's way back from the James Brown era, you know. And James Brown, he turned around music, you know. He came out with that downbeat, and all of a sudden politicians, Hoover and the FBI were watching him, you know, because he was able to move crowds. He was able to influence a lot of people. So yeah, you think music is just music? You, yeah. I want to thank you for tuning in. If you're just tuning in, we're talking about Audrey. Well, Audrey came up on here in some kind of way. You know, we kind of gave her a platform, and she did have her. It wasn't really anything. It was kind of like a watchtower fart. You know what watchtower farts are? Well, it's like when they get you all hyped up.
We have a special announcement. We have a special meeting at this upcoming convention.
And you need to be here because you're going to miss something very, very important. And you know it's going to be Armageddon soon. Oh, we better all make it. Oh my God, there's a special announcement. Really? And a special release. Yes, we all must be there because this is possibly the end. Yes, yes, yes. And then you get there, right? And you're all like fearful but excited because the new system, this is it. The new system's going to be here. Oh my God, it's going to be here next week. What? Yes, they're having a special meeting and a special announcement. What? Yes. Oh my God, the new system's going to be here. Armageddon's going to be here. Oh my God, I'm going to quit my job. Me too. Let's sell the house right quick. Yeah, because like the new, oh my God, it's a new release, a special meeting. So you're like all hyped up and tense, your whole congregation. There's a buzz going on, you know. And then when you're sitting there at the convention, all right, you're sitting there. And then finally it's time for the announcement and that special release. And the guy gets up on the stage and he starts talking and you're like, okay, I already know that. Okay, yeah, I already know that. Okay, come on now, get it out. What is it? And he's talking and he's reading scriptures. And you're looking around and you notice someone snoring. And then after like a whole freaking hour and a half of watchtower farting in your face, it's time to get up and sing the song. And you realize this was it. How many? Oh no, honey, that is not true, boo. Tell me I'm lying. Tell me I'm lying. You know it's true. You know it's true. Come on now. You got people hanging on a string. So, yeah, I don't know. I think it's another watchtower fart, but we're not going to have watchtower farts here, you know. I know that JW.org and Jehovah's Witnesses and Watchtower Bible Tract Society, they like to do these farts. I call them watchtower farts, you know. They get you all excited and paranoid and scared and whatever. And then it's really more of the same thing that you already knew. It's just kind of hashed around a little different. And then you're like, what? And then you know what some people do? Especially like if they're trying to like keep from having a mental breakdown. or they're trying to win brownie points with somebody in the congregation to get some kind of status or recognition or power or influence or slack or whatever. They're like pretend it was some kind of life-changing announcement. You know those kind of Jehovah's Witnesses, right? Boo, that ain't right, boo. Seriously though. Boo, that is not right, but it is true, boo. Some of them people, they really do, honey. They be going around acting like something big has happened, boo. All the speakers said Armageddon's going to be here, boo. They've been saying that since 1914, boo. Ain't nothing new. So, yeah. But anyway, what we're going to do now, we're going to have something that's not a fart, okay? I know I was going to bring up this thing about the mothers and how much denial they have when mothers deny this. But before we do that, we have some other stuff here that we need to take a look at here. And let's see. Here we go. We're going to have you connect the dots. Now, we've been talking about mental models, the Lollapalooza effect, Charlie Munger. And if you don't know about any of this, go ahead and Google it, okay? When you have some time, Google Charlie Munger, mental models, Charlie Munger, Lollapalooza effect, and Google, Google those keyword terms. Basically, it's it's basically using the 100 basic mental models that exist in all major disciplines, all across all major industries and businesses and subjects, whether it is an art or a science. These are mental models and mental thought processes and fundamentals of any given subject. So whatever it is that you're endeavoring to learn or improve upon, which we all have to learn new things every day and improve upon all kinds of things, whether it's a skill or a set of knowledge, these mental models are at the core of everything, and everything is interrelated. So basically, knowing and understanding and absorbing and working with these mental models that are pulled from all of Western civilization from the last 2,500 years, okay, you have an advantage over others, over many things. You have a lot more open opportunities, open doors, including connecting the dots on Jehovah's Witnesses and the rampant child abuse problem there. Okay, so you can also look at some of the other videos that are on this channel, specifically on photo reading and speed reading. There is a video that we did some time back where we show people how to do speed reading and how to do photo reading. Well, it's not an instruction so much as it is showing you the way on how to teach yourself. Okay, because it's not hard. The average person can teach it to themselves in about 25 minutes. If you're someone who doesn't know how to read, you'll probably learn it better, because what happens a lot of times is that people that do know how to read very well, they try to get every piece of info right away, and they don't understand. This is a different way of learning and processing information. This is opening up more than just the left brain, the traditional way of learning. Okay, but that's for another time. Now I'm going to ask you to connect the dots. I'm going to show you some information, okay, because this is not a fart. This is beyond the news reports. We're going to have names. Yes, real names. You're going to see some really disturbing stuff. So get ready now, okay? Okay, we're going to connect the dots. These are all connected. These things we're going to show you are all connected in some kind of way. How is up to law enforcement and government officials. But that doesn't mean we can't look at this and analyze this and study this a little bit better. Okay? So, excuse me. Whoa! What we're going to do now is get a song out called Skeleton Stevie Wonder. And this is from Something Found. This is her suggestion from a few days ago. Love this song, okay? So let's do this. All right. All right. So as you know, we've talked about there being a suspicion of a Jehovah's Witness International porn ring. YouTube search Jehovah child porn ring, and you'll find Jesus Cano. He was a Bethel elder. His name is Jesus M. Cano. Approximately 300 child porn DVDs and CDs were discovered in his Bethel dorm room. It is noteworthy that his dorm mate of 16 years was not aware of any of this. Okay?
Somebody shut up, that's the muffin. We're getting ready to go. It's getting ready to drop. It's getting ready to shock. Somebody turn up the heat and it's getting ready to pop.
Roberto Soto Colon, Alabama. Google that. Hector Rivera. Google those two together.
Oh, Lord, honey, boo, this certainly ain't no fart, boo. You done put some real names out there, boo. What? Oh, honey, boo.
Next time you're trying to bully somebody, Zebedee, you might want to think again.
When the comfort's why, oh you. Yes it is. The comfort is you, boo. What did your mama tell you about life? For lights and a white one. And what did daddy tell you about life? He said one white one turns into a black one. Getting ready to blow. Oh. Some nights I don't touch the muffin. It's getting ready to nail. It's getting ready to dry. It's getting ready to shock. Somebody turn up the heat and it's getting ready to pop. It's getting ready to speak. It's getting ready to cook. Somebody picked up the top box and getting ready to speak. It's getting ready to yell. It's getting ready to yell. Somebody don't let the let up and it's getting ready to stretch. They're getting ready to deal. They're getting ready to feel. Somebody just out to take down. They're getting ready to squeal. It's getting ready to turn. We're getting ready to learn. Somebody light up the brimstone. You're getting ready to burn. It's getting ready to shake. You're getting ready to ache. Somebody slips through the newsroom. It's getting ready to crash. You're getting ready to lie. They're getting ready to spy. Somebody put on the hot seat. They're getting ready to cry. Oh, 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 oh.
Now, what does this have to do with the pedophile database, boo, and Jehovah Witnesses?
Well, these Sunnyside Child Daycare Center was run by Jehovah's Witnesses.
What?
Yeah, and this wasn't the first time. They've been getting into trouble 3 and 4 times over again with DHR over I don't know how many years for reckless endangerment. Google that sometime a little bit. Dig into that a little bit. It's a very, very interesting connection between those daycares and what we're talking about today. You know, maybe somebody can dig around a little bit more and see, you know, the more eyes we have on this, the more brains we have just kind of keeping an eye on it and taking a look and kind of marinating on the information provided today. We just never know what we might find here, right?
Boo! Who is that? Who is that glamour girl right here, boo?
Who's Don Alden Adams? Who is that? Who is that? And how does he fit into all of this? Well, let's see. Whoa, what is this down here? Cash cows and money trails of Watchtower #2? What? Isn't that some interesting stuff?
John Alden Adams, the president of the Watchtower Bible and Tract Society and Jehovah's Witnesses.
He ain't no governing body.
Yeah? Well, then who is he?
He is not a governing body, so we ain't worried about him, boo. He's just the president, you know. He's just kind of a filler somewhere, you know, like a bookend or just a filler somewhere. He ain't no governing body. We don't look to him for nothing.
Huh. Seems like he's in control of things, though.
Somebody shut up at the mountain. We're getting ready to go. It's getting ready to drop. It's getting ready to shut. Somebody turn up the heat and it's getting ready to pop.
So, does he have anything to do in this? How does he fit into this picture? Cash cows and money trails.
Wow. What? Cash cows? John Alden Adams, Watchtower, Jehovah Witness, pedophile database, phone ring, cash cows, money trails, Watchtower, John Alden Adams, Zebedee Henry. What?
Oh.
Now what do we have here? Having a daytime nightmare has always been your biggest fear.
Now this is a Google shot.
Things are getting real
This is a Google screenshot. A Google screenshot of Beelzebub's Kingdom Hall, where there's a lot of cover-up of pedophilia. 447 Perry Hill Road.
Dude, this certainly ain't no part, bro. Wow.
Can you guess which one is the Jehovah's Witnesses? There's more than one Jehovah's Witness in this picture.
Somebody pick up the top box and get ready to speak. It's getting ready to jam. It's getting ready to jam. Somebody don't let the let up in it. It's getting ready to smash. They're getting ready to deal. You're getting ready to do. Somebody just got to take down. They're getting ready to
Oh, honey, I got some gossip to tell you, honey. Boo. Oh, my goodness. God, honey, child.
Yeah? What's the gossip?
Boo, look at this one right here. Alfred Blakewell. This is Brother Blakewell, boo.
Really?
Yes, honey, boo.
From Sixerville?
Yes, honey.
Wow. Well, this elder right here, this elder brother and his other elder friends were busted in a porn ring. The porn ring is so freaking huge and problematic that the state of New Jersey has a separate operation. There's a lot of ops, by the way. Pedo hunter ops and all kinds of ops people are having. Operation Ultra 2015. Well, excuse me, still have that summer cold. New Jersey, Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force, Operation Ever Vigilant. And we have firsthand knowledge of Jehovah's Witnesses being up in there. This guy right here in the red shirt, Alfred Bakewell, Google him sometime. There's some interesting stuff. And there's more than just him. But yeah, Jehovah's Witness, South Jersey. Okay. And just to let you know, this ain't no Watchtower fart crap. Ariel congregation, Ariel, in South Jersey, Sicklerville. Okay, write that down. Get a pen and paper, people. Alfred Bakewell. He is a Jehovah's Witness. At least he was when he was busted for this. And there's more than him. There's several of these guys in this particular one. Okay, Ariel congregation and also Pine Hill congregation. Yes, Zebedee Henry, we have our research tight. Okay, so you can make all kinds of accusations we want, and you can threaten people with slander and libel and all that. But you might want to watch what you say from now on, because looks like you've slandered and libelled and all of that over here. Okay. All right. So Pine Hill congregation, Pinehill, and the Ariel congregation, Ariel. Okay. This guy went to MTS in South Jersey. Okay, so we have a lot of information. There's connection. Connect the dots, people. Connect the dots. Use those mental models we've been talking about. Connect the dots. You ready to connect some more dots?
I said, are you ready to connect some more dots, Bo?
I just can't get enough of this song, so I'm going to play this song again because we got a lot of skeletons rattling up in that Jehovah closet. You know what I mean? We got Jehovah rattling up in this closet.
Boo, when Jehovah twerks, he twerks, boo.
All right. Let's see what else we got.
Skeletons in your closet. Itching to come outside. Messing with your conscience in a way your face can't hide. Oh, things are getting real funky. Don't feel correct. And it's not just cause that it's stinking. It's just thinking lies you tell.
Alfred Bakewell in South Jersey. Google that sometime.
Well, Boo, how is that connected to Beelzebub and the Jehovah Witnesses in Montgomery, Alabama, and in Prattville, and Wetumpka, and in Florida, and in Wisconsin, and Wyoming, and California?
Oh, and don't forget New Jersey, of course.
Jehovah, what? Oh, Jehovah! Oh, Jehovah! No, it's not. No, baby, you done lied, girl. Zebedee Henry III, girl. You lied.
It's getting ready to blow. So, you making the connections, everyone? Zebedee Henry III covers up pedophilia within JW.org and in his congregation in Montgomery, Alabama. And then looky here what we have. We have a Hector Rivera. There's another name for you to kind of research. And then you have this here. My uncle was an elder in the Jehovah's Witnesses. They said I needed another witness to believe my story. Now, this is from 2006, but it goes way back, way, oh yeah. Told you this ain't no fart, boo. Ain't gonna be no fart. We don't do this around here. We put something out, we're gonna put it out there, okay? We're gonna research and dig and research and dig, like getting up in the guts digging. All right, we're gonna dig in the guts of it, the thick of it, the deep of it. What? The hidden in plain sight of it. What? Look, all you have to do is look. This doesn't take rocket scientists. We're no Sherlock Holmes over here, you know? You just gotta look. It's all there. And then you just put the dots together. Come on now. Take a look. My uncle was an elder in the Jehovah's Witness. They said I needed another witness to believe my story. Church elder pleads guilty to sex abuse. And then this is a name you want to look up right here. Roberto Soto Colon. These people know each other very well, by the way. Zebedee Henry III. They're very close in proximity. I think they're within 15 minutes of driving distance with each other. And these people, you know, the Riveras, Teresa Rivera, they all know each other. Zebedee Henry, Roberto Soto Colon, and Hector Rivera, those girls, their daughters and all that, they all know each other. So yeah, there's something for you to kind of look at and take a look at, you know. But the guy, he kind of got off easy. I think he went to jail for a year or something, and he's right back over there being a Jehovah's Witness, I believe. So there's something for you there. Do you think that he stopped molesting his nieces? Oh, by the way, if you read that, let's see, go to silentlambs.org/Alabama. Alabama. I'm starting to sound like an Alabama elder. Guilty.htm. You see that right up there at the top? Let's make it a little bit bigger. Let's see. This was at the Montgomery Advertiser article, but here you can get it. www.silentlambs.org/Alabama elder guilty.htm. Okay. And there you're going to see this news report from the Montgomery Advertiser. The journalist that wrote that is retired. I actually tracked him down on Facebook to talk to him about this, but I did never get to talk to him as much as I'd like to. I think I messaged him a couple of times. I never did get into was able to get into a conversation about the article the way that I was very interested in getting. But nonetheless, Pat Lewandowski, I think that's how you pronounce the name. Anyway, there's something for you to look at. Connect the dots, people. Use those mental models. You know, there's a lot to be seen here, and just taking this information in, you can marinate on it a little bit, you know, and you just never know what other clues, what other things, connections we can find here. But there's definitely something here, and I think you'll agree with us on this. All right, so let's take a look at this right here. Examining the facts with care. And this source here is from the Abel and Harlow Child Molestation Prevention Study. It's a little dated. It has the 1999 U.S. Census statistical abstract. Okay, so this might be a little dated. Okay, but still, we're going to look at this. It says, note all people in both groups were at least 25 years of age. Okay, so look at what we've got here. Admitted molesters versus all American men. So the control is people who have admitted to being molesters. Okay, so there's a lot of molesters that haven't admitted it. Okay, so you know these numbers have their limits. Okay, because there's a lot more people that are molesters that will never admit it, right? However, the ones that have admitted versus all American men, okay? So we have two categories, the admitted molesters and then just regular men, American men. So 77% of admitted molesters are married or formerly married. So it's safe to say that they are at least living the appearance of a heterosexual life. So this myth that Jehovah's Witnesses perpetuate, that gay and transgender people molest kids, is a fucking lie and a myth. First of all, excuse my French, okay? Excuse my French here, but it is really stupid, because there are more heterosexual people in the world population than there are LGBT people. Just by default, statistically, in the numbers, more people are heterosexual than there are LGBT people, LGBTQI, whatever. People. All right. So by default, you're going to have a higher percentage of heterosexual married people that are the molesters, because it's just more of those people there. All right. So it makes sense, right? Married or formerly married, 77% of the admitted molesters. So take a look at that. Married men, married women. 46% have some college. So they're not all poor, uneducated people. A lot of these are highly educated people. 30% have only high school. So most of them have more than a high school education. They have additional secondary education, college or university. So most of these admitted molesters are smart people. They're not stupid. They're not poor, uneducated people. They come from what you would think good backgrounds. You know, middle class or upper class. 69% are working class folks. Working, they work, they are employed. Most of them have regular jobs, and they do good jobs, and they're good employees, or they have businesses like Zebedee Henry. They run businesses and they work. Okay, they're not slobs or homeless people or thugs out in the bushes and streets. Those thugs that you see out there, most of them aren't molesting kids. Yeah, how about that? Now look at this last one down here, though. Now this is very interesting. You see that down here? Look at this. Religious, 93%. 93% of admitted molesters in this study turned out to be religious. Holy guacamole.
Boo, that is so cheesy.
Whatever. You know what? This is something to look at, everyone. Because Zebedee Henry is very religious. When you looked at his post, he was talking about how Jehovah, this is a war against Jehovah and all of this stuff. You know, very religious. Religious. All right? So Google that sometime here, the religious one. Admitted molesters, 90% of them are religious. Now, that coincides with the Australian Royal Commission study of finding that the highest incidence of child molestation, institutional child molestation, and covering it up, out of all the institutions that the Australian Royal Commission investigated, which included sporting institutions, its own governmental institutions on a federal and on a local levels, grammar schools, Knox Grammar School. They investigated all kinds of institutions, including faith-based institutions like the Catholic Church, the Anglican Church, the Uniting Church, and the Jehovah's Witnesses, the Seventh-day Adventists, all kinds of faith-based. And they found that the majority of child molestation problems and covering it up and the rampancy, the occurrence of it, was 65% of it was in religious and faith-based institutions. So this goes right hand in hand with this study here, Abel and Harlow, Child Molestation Prevention Study. All right, down here, Abel and Harlow, Child Molestation Prevention Study. So check that out sometime. That's another term, a keyword term to look at. You know, check out your library. As a matter of fact, I'm going to show you something really cool here. You can go on the library website. It's called worldcat.org, okay? And what you can do on worldcat.org, this is what you want to do. Did I do another screen share here? Worldcat.org. You can find any book near you, whatever book you put in here, okay? So, and what it will do, it will find the books near you in the library. So let's put in Toxic Parents by Susan Forward. See, it already comes up. And then you search everything, right? So now what you can do here is you can find all of the libraries that are close to you in your proximity for this book. Here's one book right here, see? And you can click that, and you can find it in your local library. And if your local library doesn't have it, you can do something called an ILL or interlibrary loan, okay? And just for a few dollars, they will ship the book to your local library, okay? So check that out, worldcat.org, okay? All right. So let's get back to the other screen that I was talking about. Let's see, where am I at here? Oh, here we go. This screen right here, okay? Let's see. So what we discovered is that 93% of admitted child molesters are highly religious people. We discovered with the Australian Royal Commission that 65% of the child molestation and the problems with it occur in faith-based religious institutions. These are just facts, all right? Take any kind of judgments away, because I can hear some Jehovah's Witnesses scream persecution right about now, and religious hate group, and you know, atheists and wicked and Satan and all of that. But these are just numbers, and if you're demonizing numbers, you're stupid. This is cold hard numbers. They're just numbers. They're not good or bad. They're just numbers. It's math. Okay, it's not the Jehovah math that you'd like, but it's still math. It's real math, okay? So we've examined the facts with care here a little bit, okay? So what do you all think so far? What do you all think about all of this so far? You know, we've got a lot of interesting information that we've shared here. And, you know, I want to know what the live chat has to say about it. All right, so let's see what the live chat has to say. Let's see. We have currently, whoops, got to get back on that chat screen. All right, here we go. We've got 7 viewers watching. Thank you for tuning in. Appreciate you tuning in. And let's see what we've got going on in the live chat. We've got Brazen Conduct in the live chat. Black Sheep, the Unwitnessed. Excelsior. We have, let's see, let me scroll back. Wow, we've missed a lot. Denise Hedberg, 66 in the live chat. Bex O'Neill. Bex O'Neill says, leave me alone. Stop it, stop it. All right. Brazen Conduct says, Bootsy rocks. Before we were together, my hub named his cat Bootsy. That's cute, Brazen Conduct. If you take requests, can we have some bop gun? Okay, I'm going to write that down. We'll play some bop gun in a minute. How about that? Kind of sorry I'm not a monkey today. Then I'd have an excuse to fling poo at Zebedee. Wow, and she gave you 3 shit turds, Zeb. She put 3 little shit turds emojis there for you. Black Sheep, the Unwitnessed, what they'll do is if there's a congregation that is found that is corrupt like that, they'll find it and dissolve it, says the brother I'm studying with. So my question is, why is this not being done? Well, dissolving the congregation is not the same as handing over that pedophile list to law enforcement. I know that they might think it is, but it's not the same. All right, Excelsior says, I'm off now, folks. Bless you, Bob, and take care, everyone. All right, my friend. Appreciate you tuning in and stopping by. Love you, honey bell.
All right, so we've got some interesting stuff here we've been looking at, but yeah, check out some of these things. Google some of these things, these names: Roberto Soto Colon, Hector Rivera, and Zebedee Henry. These people know each other, these three, okay? And they're all Jehovah's Witnesses. There's been this guy, Roberto Soto Colon, has been arrested for sexually abusing, and the women and the girls and the members of his family know Zebedee and his family, and Hector Rivera. All these people know each other. They live very close to each other. They're neighboring congregations, and they help cover up child abuse. They abide by that two-witness rule that demands child victims to produce two adult eyewitnesses to the crime. They also turn in the information to JW.org Watchtower headquarters, who then in turn add that to their pedophile database, which is approximately 50,000 names or more right now. It has gone from, we used to surmise it was 27,000 names about a decade ago, but Bill Bowen lately, my last conversation with him, he says that they're estimating it to be now in 2017 to be over 50,000 names, alleged child molesters and perpetrators on that name and database. And they also keep the names of the elders that abide by the two-witness rule, like Zebedee Henry. His name is on that database for sure, and probably his family's names are on it. His wife's name, I'm sure, if she's, she's known, and he's probably told her things, and she's told and talked to other people. You know how Jehovah's Witnesses do. And even if they hadn't told anyone, other elders sitting in, you can't control what their wives may or may not have done. And whoever else is in the family that's been gossiping. You know how Jehovah's Witnesses are. They gossip, even though they have a zillion talks about not gossiping. The first thing they do after they hear talk on not gossiping is get on the phone and gossip. I have seen it once. I have seen it 1,000 times. It's routine, It's a surprise if you don't see it, because that's how rampant it is. So, we have a little bit on the Jehovah Child daycare scandals, and Google that. Center for Investigations Reveal, the same source called Reveal, the ones that had that conference there last April in London. Well, they also did an article about Alabama daycare scandals, and apparently a lot of people are using this loophole in Alabama to open up daycare under a religious exemption code. So they don't have to abide by as strenuous regulations as a regular daycare, where DHR comes in and you have all these legal things that you have to keep up with. Well, they have this religious exemption thing that they use, and so they can get away with a lot of child abuse, including reckless endangerment and not having to screen the babysitters or the workers that work there. And Jehovah's Witnesses have been doing that for some time now, and they had a lot of kids got sick, like really, really sick. They had some other Jehovah's Witnesses working there that probably were of questionable background and that may or may not have been on the pedophile database. What? Connections. So anyway, pass that along to, some law enforcement people, this video, pass it along to some people. Let's see what we can, find, black sheep, the unwitnesses. That's my point, boo. You'll see what I mean when I upload Bible study number 3. Oh, boy. All right. Black sheep is nobody to be messed with, by the way. He is really on it, and I'm really loving it. I'm really loving all of you tuning in. Thank you for watching. We've got 7 people watching. We're here to support you, We're here to speak a voice for those people who can't and who won't, all right? And that's all there is to it. Hey, by the way, I want to give a shout out to Zeb Firestone, a.k.a. Kevin Anderson of the Kevinly class. This guy is totally awesome. So we've got a Beelzebub
the crappy Zeb, which is Zebedee Henry. And then we've got a cool Zeb called Zeb Freestone. And he is really, really cool. I want to show you guys something about Zeb Freestone. Take a look at him. Let's go to one of his pages. He really, really makes me laugh. Seriously, this dude is so hilarious in what he does. All right, let's see what we can find. Zeb. Zeb Freestone. He goes into these kingdom halls and he just basically starts opening up prayer with them. And he just, you know, he helps people to try to find out about the Royal Commission. And let's see, I'm Worldly is his YouTube name. Okay, and I think he's fresh out. But let's look at this right here. He's got a new one. I haven't even seen this one. So we're all going to watch this one together. This is brand new. All right, let's see. All right, so let's do another screen share. Wait a minute. I've got to put him on this screen here. All right. I'm using my right hand with my mouse, and I'm used to using my left hand. So, all right, cool. So I'm going to have it queued up in just a second. All right, here we go. Let's take a look at this guy. He is just too funny. All right. So he's inside the kingdom hall here, all right, and he's about to help them open up the prayer. All right.
Jehovah, our Heavenly Father, we come before you today to thank you for all the wonderful blessings.
Excuse me.
And we can look up jwfacts.com.
I'm sorry.
And we can learn everything about this organization.
Okay,
We can look up.
We can go ahead. We can go ahead.
We can look up the Australian Royal Commission and learn about 2,000 pedophiles victims in Australia in Jehovah's Witnesses that were never reported to the police.
Okay, come on. You're all.
If there is a victim in this hall, please call the police.
Thanks, kid.
Okay. You're like a bulldog, like a bull.
Jehovah's with you.
Is he?
Let's go.
So, do you guys protect pedophiles here?
No, we do not. So you can.
Are you sure?
If you're not here to
Do you
listen
follow-
to the talk, then you need.
I'm here to. I'm doing the witnessing work. I'm
You know what?
teaching.
Here, hold on.
Go ahead.
If you want to witness, then go to your own meeting. This is private property, and we've just revoked your invitation.
I thought this was a public meeting.
Yeah, but we just revoked your invitation.
Oh, just now?
Yes.
Okay.
Your invitation has been revoked.
Okay. Look up jwfacts.com with your
Have a nice
sister.
day. And we don't have to call the cops.
No, there's no reason to call them.
So if you,
I mean, they might come in here and find all the pedophiles.
Please get in your car.
fine.
I'm working on it.
Please get in your car.
Thank you.
Are you with the fire? Is that what you are? Thank you for your service.
Okay, goodbye. Goodbye.
Well, do you follow the two witness rule?
By the way, my name is Doug. What's your name?
Kevin Bunker.
Kevin. Okay, Kevin. Good.
Goodbye.
And I'm with the vast apostate army.
I don't really care.
And
nobody cares.
We are the warning label.
Please get in your car.
We want.
We are the warning label.
All these poor
get in your
people
car.
to be free of this cult.
Private property. This is private property.
I'm working on it.
You're trespassing.
I'm working on it. Hold on.
Let's go. Come on.
Hold on. Hold on. Let's roll.
No.
Your car. Get out of here.
I'm working on it.
Get in your car.
I'm working on it.
You haven't done a thing today.
Oh, honey,
I
this
haven't
is
what?
so crazy, honey,
And
girl.
if your
Go
license
ahead.
plates, you're not welcome. You're trespassing.
Hold on, let me get thumbs up in it.
Get in your car.
He was gonna take a
Get in
picture
your
of the
car.
two of us.
Okay, goodbye. You haven't done a thing. Let's go. Come on. We're still gonna have our meeting. We're still gonna keep worshiping. Come on, let's go.
Keep
Come on.
worshiping Satan.
Get in your
You
car.
do realize you're worshiping Satan, right?
Let's roll. Come on, get in your car. Let's go.
Let's roll. Say it one time.
Okay,
Say,
goodbye.
I'll leave on one
Okay,
condition.
goodbye.
Say,
Good.
say, Autobots roll out.
Okay.
Autobots roll out, and I'll go.
Come on. You got some.
Autobots
Get in
roll
your
out.
car. Get in your car.
All right, have a good
All
day,
right,
brother.
goodbye. Thank you.
So, honey, I don't know what this is about.
You guys want to watch another one? Okay, let's watch another one. This was fun, huh? Hold on a minute. Let's watch another one. This one's called Satan's Anger Stampede Straps. All right. I really love this guy. This guy has made me laugh so much. But this is the cool Zeb, not the lame Zeb. We're going to call the lame Zeb Beelzebub. This is, I'm Wordly Zeb, the cool one. The cool one that has the balls, that has a pair, that can go out there and you know, stand up to people and talk and speak his mind. Not the weak coward that looks like a JW drag queen.
Our website.
Yes.
If you go to, you can download the same free app on your phone. You can download jw.org on your phone, and it has a lot of questions. You go to the search bar, like here. This one on library. We have jw.org on library.
I've been there. Okay, yeah, I've been here. Yeah.
Oh, good.
I remember I was doing my research. There was an article in the Guardian newspaper about, it was that book of Revelation, that grand climax at hand.
Really?
Yeah, and
the newspaper had an article about it?
Yes, because it was interesting. What year was that book from? About the early 80s?
Yes. Yeah, it was long
until about the 90s?
Yeah.
Or late 90s? And what had happened was Jehovah's Witnesses were actually part of the United Nations. They were registered as an NGO, as part of the United Nations.
What does the NGO stand for?
Non-governmental organization. And so everybody was wondering why the Jehovah's Witnesses were talking so poorly about the United Nations as being so disgusting when they were part of it. And so they thought it was kind of hypocritical. And then the very next day, after that Guardian paper came out, Jehovah's Witnesses withdrew. Their leaders withdrew from there.
Well, the thing is that we try to follow the laws of the land so long as they don't interfere with what God promised or commands.
So what was the problem?
Okay, so not that they were a nation there, but they may have been required to register as an organization, as a legal organization. But since they noticed that this was giving people the wrong impression, that would be a reason.
But it seemed like when people called them out on it, then they removed it. It wasn't because they were sinning against God or anything. It was, man, the whole world noticed that they were being hypocrites, and so they pulled out. And they weren't doing anything wrong.
It seemed that way, but we've actually never been a part of the United Nations. Might have been registered.
Yeah, registered as an NGO.
I'd like to investigate that.
There's a lot.
But this is the message Jesus brought to the people. This is the message he wants us to bring, as he tells us in Acts 1:8 and in Matthew 28:20, 19 and 20.
Matthew 28, 19, 20 sounds familiar. What does it say?
But at any rate, here is your answer. What is God's kingdom? You can go to these scriptures and find out in the Bible. So what is God's kingdom? Why is Jesus the ideal king? Who will rule with Jesus? And it goes on. And but it is very brief. But I'm thinking, do you live anywhere nearby?
No. I'm just only passing through.
You really
checking out the college here.
Yeah, well, you really need.
Gotta get an education, you know?
Yeah.
Do you expect to make it anywhere in life?
Yeah, that's right. So you go to a website right here. Go right down. You see, you want to contact us, Jehovah Witnesses. You can always find a meeting.
I'm good. I actually I downloaded that app. Yeah. I was looking at Watchtowers like a week ago. Me and there's my little nephews.
Oh, sweet.
And then the kids throw things over. I gotta show you. They're my pride and joy.
Yeah.
That's disappeared.
Yeah.
But anyway, I gotta show you what I found. It's something that maybe you guys can explain to me. You girls, you're not guys. I'm sorry.
Gals.
We're gals. Where was that? Oh yeah, jw.org. Here it is. It was. Let's see, there's two Watchtowers. Where's the old one at? 2016. It said, do you esteem Jehovah's book? Maybe you know the answer to this. So it says, Some may feel that they can interpret the Bible on their own. However, Jesus has appointed the faithful slave to be the only channel for dispensing spiritual food since 1919.
Yeah.
What's a channel?
Well, tell me the Webster's Dictionary.
I don't know. I've only heard it with like spiritism, so it was weird to me. But
A channel. Oh, I see.
I understand they're saying that it's coming from probably God or Jesus or something.
So they faithfully read the Bible. They're able to understand it, and they write. They explain it to us.
So my question is the only way I can interpret the Bible is through the governing body of Jehovah's Witnesses? Is that right?
No, you can still read directly from the Bible.
But can I understand it?
So now, if you don't understand,
This is God's provision for you.
the Bible is always the right source.
Do I need Jehovah's Witnesses for salvation?
No.
No?
Need Jehovah for salvation. We follow this principle.
Jehovah and Jesus Christ.
What if I don't believe that that's God's name? Does that matter?
That's open John 17.
If you believe in the Bible,
then the knowledge.
Okay. If I just believe in the Bible and Jesus, I can be saved?
then his name, if you open to Psalms 83, verse 13, his name is right there. He said,
that's the tetragrammaton. That was just what Raimundas Martini invented in the 13th century.
do you know about Yahweh?
Yeah, that's the tetragrammaton.
Do you know it's translated? So that's Jehovah's name. He actually said his name was Yahweh, which is a Hebrew translation, which translated into English means Jehovah. So he said, he told Moses that.
Yeah, but my name is Kevin, but I don't want people to call me the Kevinator or anything.
But he wants people to call
Kevin is my name.
You want people to call him.
You don't want people to call your name.
Huh?
You don't want people to call by your name. Your name, your own name, Calvary. You want people to call your name.
But not something different like Jehovah versus Yahweh.
Same thing.
It's added vowels. It's 4 extra letters.
Well, it's just translation. Like my name, I'm Lydia. In French, you call me Lydia. The Frenchman call me Lydia. I know they're referring to me, Lydia. It's the same word, just different. In Spanish, you call it Lydia some different way, but I still know it's my name.
And I love your accent, by the way.
Thank you. So it's his name. He knows his name, but they're different languages. So whichever, if you keep addressing Yahweh, he will still accept. If you're comfortable calling him Yahweh, you call him Yahweh. If you're not comfortable calling him Jehovah, you want to call him Yahweh. He says that should pronounce his own name. Yeah. That's what he talked to Moses.
This was the other interesting one I found.
Yeah.
So we can only understand the Bible through the governing body, it said, right? The faithful slave?
No.
That's what the article just said?
It's through Holy Spirit. But let me share this.
So then this one says that the governing body is neither inspired nor infallible. Therefore, it can err in doctrinal organization. In fact, the Watchtower Publications Index includes the heading, Beliefs Clarified, which lists adjustments in our spiritual understanding since 1870. Of course, Jesus did not tell us that the faithful slave would produce perfect spiritual food. So how can we answer Jesus' question, who really is the faithful slave?
Who is the faithful slave?
So these men are not inspired, right?
No, they're not inspired.
And they are infallible, right?
They are.
They made mistakes. I looked up Beliefs Clarified. There was 100 false prophecies and false doctrines that they had wrong. And the whole world knew that they were wrong. And Jehovah's Witnesses had, laughed in everybody's face and said, you're just going to die in Armageddon because you're not following us. But then they had to backpedal and see. So
I see what you're.
So why should we listen to them anymore?
Because you have doubts. Then you need to go to Jehovah in prayer through his son Jesus Christ to find the answer to
doubts about what? Doubts about the governing body or doubts about the Bible?
No, I think you have doubts about the teaching.
Oh, it's not online.
Oh, that's why. Well, let me read that to you. Here's what you need to this is an answer you need to find.
Go for it.
Who really is the faithful and discreet slave, whom his master appointed over the domestics to give them their food at the proper time? Happy is that slave if his master on arriving finds him doing so.
And my favorite part is right down here in 48. It says, "But if ever that evil slave says in his heart, my master is delaying," we can look at the 1975 prophecy, and then it says, "And if he starts to beat his fellow slaves and to eat and drink with people, condemned drunkards, be his fellow slaves." And you look at what happened to, what is it, Raymond France?
Well,
Are you familiar with what happened to him?
Let me explain to you. We are here to promote Bible reading and to help people to put faith in God and do his will, because only by taking in knowledge of
The only
Jesus
true
Christ and Jehovah, if only in that way can we gain everlasting life. So we need to.
But should we promote Jesus, or should we promote the governing body as the only channel?
And Jehovah.
Look, as you are doing like this, you will not understand because you pick here. When you want to know,
I'm gonna write down a website for you girls. So
no, I don't think we need that website.
This will free you. It's jwfacts.com.
I think that's what's confused you, is that website.
And no, it's very informative. It shows you all your watchtowers from the past and all the false doctrine.
Sorry to see, is this erasable?
No, it's permanent because it's such an important message.
You just wrote on a book that we gave to you to help you.
You want me to show you something about the book also?
No, I don't.
This is a very interesting thing I found. It was printed in 2005, or copyrighted, and then published in 2014. And
again,
most books the society quit printing because they're running out of money because of all the sexual abuse scandals they're covering up.
I think.
Have you girls heard about the Australian Royal Commission?
No, we're done. We're done here. And I will take the book if you can.
I'm gonna go give it away. Somebody, it could help somebody else. They could see
just
this.
to clarify, we talking about Jehovah and Jesus Christ. We're not criticizing.
I don't. I like
That's
to
why we really
help fellow Christians to see the fruitage of the Spirit. Have you girls heard of the Australia Royal Commission?
We're done here.
We're done?
Okay. May I have the book, please?
No, I would like to give it to one of these students so that they can because he's walking by here and he could very well fall into this. So, but it's important that we all know these things.
Okay, but we're done.
All right. You girls have a beautiful day and God bless.
Nice day.
And I appreciate all your time.
So there you have it, folks. What do you think about that? Yeah, as soon as he mentioned the Australian Royal Commission, as soon as the Australian Royal Commission was mentioned, it was game overtime, right? We're ready to go. She was ready to go. Let's get out of here. No, we are not talking to you any longer. The Australian Royal Commission is the Jehovah's Witness kryptonite. You guys remember Superman? Of course you remember Superman, right? Who doesn't know about Superman? I used to love watching Superman as a little kid. That was my jam. You know that? Superman. And in the Superman theme, the first Superman movie, you had that kryptonite. And this is the Jehovah's Witness kryptonite. The Australian Royal Commission. That is their kryptonite. They will pack up their carts. They will leave your front door. And if you're somebody who's a Jehovah's Witness and you have family and you mention Australian Royal Commission, they will cut you off as if you were a cold-blooded axe murderer. Hell, even Charles Manson's mama, who, some of these serial killers sitting in prison, Even their mothers come bake them cookies and come visit them once a year on Christmas. You know, they even have wives and girlfriends, you know, women that seek out these kinds of people. But Jehovah's Witnesses, they don't have anyone to help them, you know. I can't tell you how many times this guy Zeb, I'm worldly, Zeb Freestone, the cool Zeb, okay, not Beelzebub Zeb, not the other guy, but the cool Zeb. I can't tell you how many times I've watched a video, and as soon as he starts talking about Austrian Royal Commission, just like you saw in this video here, you know, their whole emotional energy and the charge just changed. What time to go? No, we are not going to have this conversation, you know, and the whole facial expression changed. You know, there was one of righteous indignation. While at the same time, on the back of that was sandwiched a whole layer of fear and paranoia, and maybe even some layers of guilt and shame, right? Because Jehovah's Witnesses know, we all know, right? It's just that some of us want to play a role. They want to play a role that is no longer playable, but to anyone but to themselves. And you know, when you start believing your own lies, yikes. You know, you just kind of have to stand back from those kind of people and just let karma and fate, you know, leave them to their own fate and karma, basically. Yeah, but yeah. What do you guys think about that? Let's take a look. We've got 8 viewers. Let's see what we've got in the live chat. Zeb Freestone, I want to give out a shout out to I'm Worldly, aka Zeb Freestone, the cool Zeb, not the Beelzebub Zeb, but the cool Zeb. All right, Black Sheep, the Unwitnessed, says, Lady B says, hello, Bob. When you do watch Bible Study 3, if you have any suggestions for her, let her know. Okay, hey, Lady B, love ya. Hope you're doing well. And hope you're taking care of my friend Black Sheep, the Unwitnessed. He's a cool bro, like so many others. We've got Brazen Conduct. We've got a lot of people in the live chat. We've got Denise Hedberg, Mott Floyd, Bex O'Neill. Let's see, there was a couple of other people. JW Lives Matter. Appreciate you tuning in. Appreciate you listening. Now, Brazen Conduct says, we're done here. Pathetic. Yeah, that was pathetic, wasn't it? And then Black Sheep, the Unwitnessed, says, taking in knowledge isn't in the original Greek. Yeah. Black Sheep, the Unwitnessed, says, I call bullshit. That representative of Jehovah has no idea what she's talking about. Yeah, they didn't really. That's the thing, you know. JW.org, the Jehovah's governing body, they don't really prepare Jehovah's Witnesses to deal with this Austrian Royal Commission thing and so many other issues now that are on the table, like the UN thing and the sketchy investments that they have in things like Cinemax, the soft porn channel. Oh, yep, that's another thing for you to Google. Oh, wow, yeah. There's just so much, you know. There's just so much to this. But yeah, the Jehovah's Witness organization isn't preparing any of their rank and file elders or everyday members, rank and file members, to deal with this. And it's really pathetic because the only thing that they turn around and do is fight or flight, like Zebedee Henry. The only 2 methods of dealing with this kind of issue and these problems is either to fight, to lash out and troll a YouTube page with ridiculous, distraction attempts, to bash LGBT people, to try and intimidate and threaten victims who speak out, or to run away, to just delete all of his pages, to just run away, fight or flight. Those are the only 2 options he and the rest of the average Jehovah's Witness, the classic aider and abetter, pedophile enabler, two-witness rule, obeyer does. And so their options are limited. You know, other than that, he can just pray to Jehovah to fix it. Wait on Jehovah to fix it. You know, isn't that what you've told so many victims? Just to wait on Jehovah to fix it? Well, if you don't like what's happening, you can just tell yourself that now and take your own advice.
Yeah, boo. Take your own advice for a change, boo. Wait on Jehovah to fix it. Wait on Jehovah to fix it. Wait on Jehovah to fix it.
All right, so let's see what we've got going on here. I think I want to play, let's see. Oh, we were supposed to go Bebop. What was the name of that song? Go Bop? Let me see. Go Bop? Was that the name of the song? Go Bop? Let me see. Go Bop. Go Bop? Was it Go Bop or Big Bop? Who sings that song? Who requested that? I know somebody in live chat requested Go Bop. Let me see here.
Hey, Mia T. Hey, 411 Big Boss. What about?
411 Big Boss is my twin, so sometimes people get them confused. Holy guacamole, Mop Floyd came out with Maggot Brain, Funkadelic, big influence on me, Eddie Hazel. Wow, Mop Floyd, you listen to Maggot Brain? Yup, now that's a song right there. Oh, I got a song. I can't find that song request somebody had. Big Bop or Bop Bop, Go Big, something. But if you can put that back in the live chat, we'll play it. But here we're going to have something called Free Your Ass and Your Mind Will Follow, George Clinton. All right. Mop Floyd, you probably know about this song. So while we're playing this song right quick, I'm going to get some stuff queued up. What we're going to talk about next is a Yale Law Journal discussing mothers and people who aid and abet in child molestation, specifically mothers. This one discusses mothers and how the law has been dealing with it, how the laws are changing, and how they're being held more and more accountable. Yeah, and this bleeds over to elders and Jehovah's Witness leaders and other people in the congregation that might not be elders but are still bound by law to report, and could possibly be in trouble for aiding and abetting and concealment charges and civil litigations at that. You know what I mean? Because JW.org is throwing all you guys under the bus. JW.org has thrown you under the bus, Zebedee Henry III, and you know it. It's pretty much thrown you under the bus in this thing. But anyway, so we're going to take a look at that in just a few, all right? Meantime, we're going to play this song right here. This is an oldie but goodie. Free Your Mind and Your Ass Will Follow by Funkadelic. Check it out.
Your ass will follow. Free your mind and your ass will follow. Free your mind and your ass will follow. Open up your fucking mind and you can fly. Free your mind, your ass will follow. But the kingdom of heaven is within. Free is free. of the need to be free. Free your mind and your ass will follow.
The kingdom of heaven is within. Free your mind and your ass will follow. The kingdom of heaven is within.
Free your mind, your ass will follow.
The kingdom of heaven is within. Free your mind.
Your ass will follow.
The kingdom of heaven is within.
Let's send that out to space to the aliens. Free your mind, and your ass will follow. I said free your mind. The kingdom of heaven is within. You are as free as you want to be. Open up your funky mind and be ready to receive. We've got 8 viewers. I guess we've got 8 people that want to free their mind and let their ass follow because their kingdom of heaven is within. Thank you for tuning in. We've got 8 viewers. We've got all kinds of cool celebrities in the chat room. And now, excuse me. Wow. I am still getting over this summer cold. All winter long, I was good. I was so proud of that fact. And do you know, no sooner did I sit down somewhere and finally realize, hey, I hadn't had a cold all winter. Boom, the next day, I have a cold. You know, anyways. You can't always have good luck. Sometimes, you know, it's just how it is. But anyway, I honestly don't think it's luck as much as the weather out here is kind of schizo, you know. In the morning and in the night, it's wintertime. Then midday, it's summertime. You've got like 90 degrees. So, you know, going into work, you got to bring a sweater, you got to bring a t-shirt, you got to bring shorts, you got to bring sweatpants, you got to bring it all because you're going to go through the whole thing in one day. You're going to have all 4 seasons in one single day. So, you know, I wasn't really adapting to that. I'm still thinking, well, it's May. I'm not supposed to have a cold. It's supposed to be hot the whole day. And, you know, it's okay if I leave the window open. Well, me being stupid and hanging on to old structures of knowing, here I am. I'm suffering, okay? So, you know, it's a small little lesson, but we can take lesson from that in small things, right? And in big things. I mean, it's not like I didn't know the weather. I checked the weather forecast. It told me it was going to be in the 50s and 60s in the morning and at nighttime. You know, so the information's right there in my face. But as you can see, I didn't heed it. I still, in my head, was like, no, it's supposed to be May. It's supposed to be summer. It's supposed to be hot the whole day. How can, no, I'm not, I know it's going to be cold, but I'm just not going to accept reality. Hey, I'm being honest about myself. It's the truth. This is what my thought pattern was. I'm putting it out there for you, you know, and we all do these things in little things, and some of us in not so little things. We look away knowing the truth about the truth. Okay, these little lies that we tell ourselves. And we all have that tendency. It's called cognitive distortion. It doesn't make anyone evil or bad We don't put a moral judgment on it as much as we say, okay, this is the problem. How do we solve it? And we spend less time judging a person, excuse me, judging a person on it and saying, look at that evil bastard and that person's evil, as much as we look at the problem, we have the courage to look at this problem. It's a really terrible, sick problem that most people would rather not even talk about because it makes people sick to think that that exists. But if we don't, we're not going to make it go away. We're not going to help anyone. And it is not going to go away. It's going to thrive under that denial. Okay? It's going to thrive under that denial. And by the way, a lot of these people denying child molestation within the Jehovah's Witnesses are victims of being molested themselves. Yes, going to put that out there too. A lot of these people that is giving trouble and opposition and lying and saying it's all lies, apostate-driven lies, are victims of having been molested and abused themselves to various degrees. And I would say that that might even include the Jehovah's governing body members, and maybe even the president, Don Alden Adams, you know. So, let's get started. You guys ready? You guys ready? Let's see what we've got going on here. This song is still playing, by the way. All right. So let's get away from the funkadelic. Let's free our minds now, okay? Let's go ahead and free our minds. All right, so we're going to check this one out. This mothers who fail to protect their children. This is a Harvard, let's take a look at this here. We've got 7 viewers. We've got the live chat, and we're ready to do this. All right, let me light some incense because I work best when I've got a nice, strong scent in the room. Okay, I'm going to take my shoes off because I will also work best with my shoes off. All right, so this was brought to me by Grace, Ghostwriter Grace. And if you don't know who she is one badass activist. Now, there are a lot of badass activists. I want to give out some shout outs to Ghostwriter Grace, Seb Freestone, Professor Martyrdom, 411 Big Boss. He is out there working like a dog, talking to the Jehovah's Witnesses and camming it and giving us all of this information and showing to the public how Jehovah's Witnesses react to these issues, what they do and how they treat people. When you ask questions, when you just simply ask questions, hey, have you heard of the Royal Commission, Australian Royal Commission? And you get to see how people treat you and how they treat others when they're confronted with these things, you know, and it's no longer in secret. I want to give a shout out to Eric Curry over there with the Vast Apostate Hour, the Vast Apostate Army, JW Crisis. I was watching one of his videos, and we might pull him up a little later. And he's got these postcards that you can get from him. And you can have postcards warning your neighbors, warning the Jehovah's Witnesses if you want to send them to your Jehovah's Witness friends or ex-friends or family members. You know, he has these really great postcards that you can get from him, and you can get them sent, and you can warn people and, you know, do activism that kind of way. If you're someone who doesn't really want to get out there physically, you know, there's different ways to do it. But JW Crisis, I think his name is Gilbert Gonzalez. He's a cool guy. Check him out on YouTube. And let me do another shout out. There's so many cool people, you know, so many great people that we have. We have Bex O'Neill. She's out there on the Twitterverse just tweeting away about Zeb Henry and other folks, other kinds of, we've got some dude named Sam Hernandez who was charged and convicted multiple times, and I believe he's still an elder now. Yeah, that two-witness rule doesn't mean jack to the Jehovah's Witness leadership. They still keep known pedophiles in their congregation. There's one called Wayman Ivory Chandler. Wayman, W-A-Y-M as in Michael, O-N as in Nathan. Wayman Ivory, I-V as in Victor, E as in Eric, R as in Richard, Y, and then Chandler, C as in Charlie, H as in Harry, A as in Adam, N as in Nathan, D as in David, L as in Larry, E as in Eric, R as in Richard. Wayman Ivory Chandler, Colorado. Google that one. He's even a registered sex offender. He is a child rapist. He raped his 8-year-old stepdaughter. He went to prison for it, and the Jehovah's Witnesses have him now knocking door to door. And the local news, it made it local news. He was actually busted by one of us that knew one of his victims, knew one of Wayman Ivory Chandler's victims. And she had told him about it, and he had looked this guy up on the sex offender registry, had Googled him. And one day, he told himself he was going to burn this guy's face in his memory so that if he ever saw him going from door to door in his neighborhood, he would catch him. And sure enough, that day came along, and he took a cell phone, and he caught the guy. He came up to him, and he asked him, he called out his name, Wayman Ivory Chandler. The guy turned around, he goes, "Yeah, who are you?" And that's when he laid him on him. He said, "You're on the sex offender registry." And the guy goes, no, you have it all wrong, and immediately turns around and gets into the van. All the other Jehovah's try to hurry up and get into the van. And as you see into the van, you see one of the other Jehovah's Witness men kneeled over in a fetal position with his hands over his ears. Matter of fact, let's see if we can pull that up. Speaking of denial, let's see if we can pull that up. You'll see this guy kneeled over in a fetal position, covering his ears. This is the cookie cutter response of how the Jehovah's Witnesses do this. This is how they respond to this. All right, so let me see if I can pull this up. I want you to see this video. Here we go. Here we go. We're going to watch this video together. And this guy is Wayman Ivory Chandler. Okay. Let's see if we can pull him up in this window here. Alrighty. His name is Wayman Ivory Chandler. Okay. We have names on this YouTube channel. We don't just say Jehovah's Witnesses cover up pedophiles. We pull out names, okay? We pull out real names, real news stories that you can verify and go and you know, look up yourself. And it's not going to be inaccessible. It's very easy for you to find this, right? So let's see what we've got here. All right. Another screen share, and we're going to watch this guy. And plug this into these speakers. I've got a set of Bose speakers that give you the optimal sound. All right. All right. So you guys see that? All right, let's see. All right. So here we go. Here we go.
You're Wayman Ivory?
Yeah, and who are you?
You're Wayman Ivory?
Yeah, and who are you?
You're a convicted violent child rapist, and you're out here in the neighborhood?
No, wait, no.
1992 or so? A 9-year-old girl?
No, you got it all wrong. You got it all wrong.
Did you get convicted? Are you on the sex? You're Wayman Ivory?
Yeah, and who are you?
You're a convicted violent child rapist, and you're out here in the neighborhood?
No, wait, no.
1992 or so? A 9-year-old girl?
No, you got it all wrong. Yeah, no, no.
Did you get convicted? Are you on the pedophile registry list?
No, not
violent offender.
No, you got it all wrong, mister.
Do I need to call 911? Are you supposed to be around children up and down the street here?
What you need to do is go.
No, I think you need to go, and you should not be proselytizing when you're a pedophile or rapist, child rapist. You're Wayman Ivory?
Yeah, and who are you?
You're a convicted violent child rapist, and you're out here in the neighborhood?
No, wait, no.
1992 or so? A 9-year-old girl?
No, you got it all wrong. You got it all wrong.
Did you get convicted? Are you on the pedophile registry list?
No, not
violent offender?
No, you got it all wrong, mister.
Do I need to call 911? Are you supposed to be around children up and down the street here?
What you need to do is go.
No, I think you need to go, and
now take a look right here. You see this guy? He is curled up next to this pedophile guy here. You can Google him right now, Wayman Ivory Chandler, and you're going to see him on the sex offender registry. You're going to see his face plain as day. All right? And you see this guy next to him, this elder guy? This is what Jehovah's Witnesses do when you ask them about the Australian Royal Commission and the child abuse, the rampant child abuse that the whole world now knows about. This is what Zebedee Henry III does and his family and all his Jehovah's Witness friends. This is what they're doing. This is what they're doing. Curled over in a fetal position with their hands covering their ears. They go out of their way. If a brick were to fall on their head, they would cover their head and pretend nothing's happening. See no evil, hear no evil, nothing. I don't know nothing about nothing. I don't know nothing. This guy next to him, the reason he's covering his ears is because he is a pedophile enabler. This may as well have been Zebedee Henry III. That's what he's been doing all these years, these 30 or 40 years. But in Zebedee's case, he even bullies the kids. I don't know if this guy bullies any of the kids, but he's sure helping them to cover up. And not only that, this guy sitting next to him is one of the people that sends these pedophile and child rapists. This guy didn't molest or seduce a kid. This guy violently raped his stepdaughter. You understand what that is? There's a difference between child rapists and molesters and pedophiles. This guy violently raped his stepdaughter, and this is what Jehovah's Witnesses do. They help cover it up. They cover their ears. They close their eyes, and then they send these people out to your front door. This man was out in your neighborhood. This isn't the only man. They've got a whole 50,000 or more of these people walking around in your neighborhood. And Zebedee Henry, you want to tell somebody about people being transgender? That's the only thing you can freaking focus on is somebody else's genitals when this is going on? This affects everybody. Do you see this neighborhood, this community? This isn't some ghetto that you can forget about. This is your middle-class neighborhood. So this is somebody that is in your neighborhood. Anyway, I'm going to play some music because I've been told we've got a visitor here. So I'm going to let you guys take a look at that. Let's see what the live chat has to say about it. What do you all think about this? You know, I mean, come on now. People want to say this is all bad and all lies. And, you know, other people want to say, well, just go to the police. We've already gone to the police. There's a lot of cover-ups. And you want to pretend like you don't care about this. This affects you. You don't have to be a Jehovah's Witness for this not to affect you. This affects everybody. These people aren't in some ghetto that you can forget. These are nice homes. You see how nice these homes are? These are nice areas. These, you know, you need to really understand what's going on here. And this is not something you can just forget. Anyway, I want to put some Stevie Wonder back on, and I want you all to take a look at this and think about this for a little bit, you know?
Skeletons in your closet, itching to come outside, messing with your conscience in a way your face can hide. Oh, things are getting real funky. Time to feel correct. And it's not just ghosts that are spanking, it's the stinking lies you tell. Yeah. Did your mama tell you by night that it wasn't polite to tell a white one? But did your daddy tell you by night that one white one turns into a black one? So, getting ready to blow, getting ready to show. Somebody shut up at the mountain, we're getting ready to go. Getting ready to drop, getting ready to shot. Somebody turn up the heat and it's getting ready to pop. Wow. Cabbages is in your pantry. Now what do we have in here? Having a daytime nightmare has always been your biggest fear. Oh, things are getting real crucial. Up the old get your crime wherever the victim when the culprits file you. Oh, what did your mama tell you by night? That it wasn't polite to call a white one. What did your daddy tell you by night? That one white one turns into a black one. So, getting ready to blow, getting ready to show. Somebody shout out at the mountain, getting ready to know. It's getting ready to cry, it's getting ready to shout. Somebody turned up the heat and it's getting ready to pop. Getting ready to see, you're getting ready to cook. Somebody picked up the top box, they're getting ready to speak. It's getting ready to yell, it's getting ready to yell. Somebody don't let the lid up and they're getting ready to smell. They're getting ready to deal, they're getting ready to do. Somebody just out the big down, they're getting ready to grill. They're getting ready to turn, we're getting ready to learn. Somebody fire up the brimstone, you're getting ready to burn. You're getting ready to shake, you're getting ready to aim.
We are back. All right, so we checked out this video here, you know, and let's see what we've got going on here in the live chat. This doesn't just concern Jehovah's Witnesses or ex-Jehovah's Witnesses. This is a problem for everyone, as you can see. These folks are going to your front door. You don't have to be a Jehovah's Witness to care about this. Are you kidding me? These people are everywhere. They're out in the city with their carts. They're out at colleges, as you saw earlier with Zeb Firestone. They were out with their carts. They're everywhere trying to get people to come into their organization. King of Faders is in the live chat. Thank you for joining, King of Faders. Black Sheep, the Unwitnessed, brazen conduct. He was covering his ears because there wasn't a sandbox handy for him to dunk his head into. Yeah, for real. Let's see. Let's get a shot of this guy. He is covering his ears. Look at that. Curled up in a fetal position, covering his ears, closing his eyes. Now, I'm looking at the live chat. We've got a lot of different comments here. Black Sheep, the Unwitnessed, says in Acts 20:20, all the while being a registered sex offender. Okay, so he's quoting a scripture, John 8:1-11. Try and find that in the 2013 of the New World Translation. So Black Sheep is deciphering this on a biblical thing. And then what we've got here, yeah, you got it all wrong, mister. That's what he said, right? He said, you got it all wrong, mister. Sure. And then when you Google him, you'll find him. So once again, you know, covering your ears, denying, saying it doesn't matter, it doesn't concern me. This concerns everybody now, okay? And like I said, this isn't some poor ghetto here that they're in, where you can say, well, that only happens in the ghetto, and I don't live in the ghetto or whatever. No, this is everywhere. They're everywhere. In fact, they target nice areas. You know what they do? You know what he and this lady do? Because I think they're together. They both have a lot of rapport. Their body language, if you watch very closely, they move in sync. As soon as he gets ready to go in, she watches for what he does. She watches him. See, look at this. And she's like, oh my God, they found him out. Oh my God, what do we do? So she's watching him. And as soon as he turns to get in the van, she turns. Look, see, look at that. Complete synchronization. Look at that. They are in sync. Boom. So I think he and that lady are together. You see that? Body language. You need to study body language. You can find a lot with Jehovah's Witnesses. Look at that. They're almost like they've rehearsed this. They are so in sync with each other that makes people think that they're possibly together. That is his wife. You see? So she has, if she is indeed his wife, then she has to have known this as well. You know, these people in this van know. Look at this guy covering his ears. They know about this. This one over here, the other one with the hat that's sitting in the passenger seat in the front there, she knows too. Is that a male or a female? Yeah, that's a woman. That one she knows. She knows as well, you know. But these people know something. It looks like they all know because they none of them look shocked. None of them look shocked, and none of them try to defend or argue. They all just get up in their cars and leave like the guilty SOBs that they are. You're nothing but pedophile enablers. Zebedee Henry, all you Jehovah's Witnesses, you are part of the enabling process of childhood sexual abuse within JW.org, Watchtower Bible and Tract Society, Jehovah's Witnesses. And that is the cold, hard truth. And here we have it on camera. He can't argue with a film, a camera, straight up raw, no holds barred, okay? So anything you say about transgender people, LGBT people is bullcrap and a sorry way to try and distract from the truth and the real issues at hand. All right? It is a pathetic way to try and detract from that. Seriously, are you kidding? Are you kidding us? Anyway, so as promised, we're going to take a look at this article here that we've been hooping and hollering about for the past 15 years now, right? Here it is. Mothers who fail to protect their children from sexual abuse Addressing the problem of denial. This is a Yale, let's see if we can move this around a bit. A Yale Law Policy Review, Article 7, Volume 12, Issue 2, Yale Law and Policy Review, 1994. And this comes from our good friend Grace Ghostwriter. She is part of the Warning Label group. We are the Warning Label. She is part of Deciphering Warship. She's part of the Honeyboo Tribe, a high official of the Honeyboo Tribe. Matter of fact, the Honeyboo Tribe, it's the ladies that have the leadership positions there. It's kind of the reverse of the Jehovah's Witnesses, where it's all men. It's a lot of ladies. It's not all ladies, but it's usually a lot of ladies because, you know, quite frankly, the ladies are just that damn kick-ass, all right? So we have the Vast Apostate Army. She's part of that too. Bad Association, all right, okay. So Anonymous, we've got those too. We've got all kinds of groups and communities. But here we go. Mothers who fail to protect their children from sexual abuse, addressing the problem of denial, Christine Adams. Now, this is from 1994, all right, so you can get this at digitalcommons.law.yale.edu/YLPR, okay? So this is open information, and there's a lot here. You can also contact if you want some more information on this one here. If this has struck your interest, where did I go here now? Here we go. Right here, you can email julian.aiken@yale.edu. Okay, julian.aiken@yale.edu. And you can get more information on this piece. All right, so let's go ahead and cover this piece a little bit. Mothers who fail to protect their children from sexual abuse, addressing the problem of denial. Okay, so we watched a video here with Raymond Ivory Chandler and the guy next to him covering his ears. Okay, and this is basically the protocol for Jehovah's Witness mothers. Remember, the two-witness rule is part of the Jehovah's Witness church policy. So if the elders are having to abide by it, the mothers and the women have to as well, right? They are to be in submission to the men there. So you know the deal. So by default, it's logical to conclude that we have a lot of Jehovah's Witness mothers that deny sexual abuse, right? It's only a logical conclusion. And of course, we have a lot of survivors out in the communities sharing just that, how their mothers denied and how their mothers aided and abetted and all of that. Okay, so why are we looking at this? Like we said earlier, the laws are, there's a trend in the laws around the globe, not just in any one particular country, but around the globe. The laws are changing. People are talking about this much more. Myths are being debunked about this topic, and the laws are holding people that have knowledge of this. They might not necessarily directly molest any kids, but they have knowledge of it and they don't protect the children. They don't report it to the authorities. Well, these people are being held more and more accountable to that, you see? And that's why we're talking about this, because it does you no good to sit in the van next to a pedophile and a child rapist at that. I mean, all these are scum, all right? But this guy was particularly violent in his crimes. He violently beat an 8-year-old girl. It wasn't a 9-year-old, it was 8. If you Google that, you'll find out the girl was actually 8. Not that it would have made any difference if she was 9, but still, you know, an 8-year-old little girl. Yeah. So anyway, we've got the mothers here denying it. Christine Adams, mothers who fail to protect their children from sexual abuse, addressing the problem of denial. Sexual abuse is the fastest growing form of reported child abuse. Check that one out. Before we even go any further, this kind of abuse is one of the fastest growing forms of reported abuse. This happens a lot more than any of us want to address. This happens a lot more than any of us want to really face. Most child sexual abuse takes the form of incest committed by fathers and stepfathers. What? Yes. Now, look at this. Now, earlier, remember we had the statistics of 93% of the confessed child molesters being religious. 93% of them, right? So out of 100 of them, 93 of them were considered themselves religious. And they were self-confessed molesters now, all right? They had confessed to at least part of their crimes, all right? Some of them might not have confessed to all of them, but at least they've confessed to the fact that they are a molester, and they've also said they were highly religious, 93% of them. Now, when you look at this study here from Yale, it says most child sexual abuse takes the form of incest committed by fathers and stepfathers. So now here we have an FBI psychological profile of the average molester within the Jehovah's Witnesses. All these molestation cases, was it 2,000 victims or molesters that they found in Australia? I thought it was 1,006, but then when they did an updated study, they actually found the numbers that there was a lot more to this. But in any case, thousands were found in Australia, with the Australian Royal Commission digging into the Jehovah's Witnesses of Australia alone. All right. We have an approximation of a U.S. database with the Jehovah's Witnesses that has approximated around 50,000 now, 27,000 to 50,000 perpetrators, if not more. So what is the average profile of the perpetrator within the Jehovah's Witnesses that is doing this? Well, yes, he's going to be religious. He's going to be a Jehovah's Witness. Most likely he would be someone in a leadership position, even a ministerial servant, an elder. Okay, it said that 69% of them worked and had jobs and businesses, right? They were educated, all right? They weren't trash. They weren't homeless people. They weren't bums. They weren't these evil trench coat wearing creeps in the bushes. Okay, so then the composite of that would look like a ministerial servant or an elder or even a circuit overseer, someone in good standing with the congregation, right? And it said that most of them were married, right, or had been married at least once. Okay, so this would probably be an elder or a ministerial servant with a family, with kids, a wife, right? The average JW elder, the average JW ministerial servant. And most of the child sexual abuse from those databases that the Australian Royal Commission has dug up and that Irvin Zockin has a piece of would then come from the fathers and stepfathers of these families. So is it logical to conclude that a large portion of the child sexual abuse occurring within Jehovah's Witnesses is by elders like Zebedee Henry III and others like him? Is that a crazy, illogical conclusion? Let's hear from some people who aren't LGBT. Since he wants to discredit LGBT people, let's hear from some. Hey, informant's in the house.
Hey, honey boo, I just Googled his address in Montgomery. Is that his wife on the pouch from Google Earth?
No, that's his granddaughter. And I don't think she's really a Jehovah's Witness. I think they're trying to get her Bible studied in there. You see, what's happening is that his oldest daughter has gone back to the Jehovah's Witness. She was out for some years, and I think she started missing her family, and I think she got sick. I think she had cancer or something. So in the midst of all of that, she went back to them. she, all the witnesses started talking to her again, and I think they wanted her daughter too, her teenage daughter. So they're making the teenage granddaughter, that's his granddaughter, study and try to do the witness thing. And I don't think she really wants to do that. I think she's ran away a couple of times. So there's some problems, there's some troubles there. But appreciate you tuning in. I appreciate you coming on in here. And yes, he does live on Natchez Drive. Yes. Yeah. See, informant, he thinks that he's done some kind of Sherlock Holmes thing in outing this transgender thing that nobody cares about. And we're still having this problem of denial. And, first of all, he bullies women and young girls. I think he's a very misogynistic personality, actually. Anyway, we've got Black Sheep in the live chat saying Dateline Tangled. Yep. And, okay, so we have Informant, King of Fader, Brazen Conduct, Black Sheep 411, Big Boss, Mia T, Excelsior, and a whole bunch of other celebrities in the live chat. And this is what they're saying about this topic. Now, I don't know if any of you ever watched BAU, but I used to love to watch the BAU. And when they did these psychological profiles of these serial killers and all of that, it was really interesting. And a lot of it you could research and look up as real psychological profiling. So you learn something from the show. Now, of course, I'm not a psychological profiler. I'm not a professional. But we are looking and researching and commenting and investigating on this. So the average molester of the Jehovah's Witnesses would be a married father, a heterosexual married father who's married, who is either, an elder, a ministerial servant, circuit overseer, substitute circuit overseer, someone of a position there, of a good standing, and someone that the community looks up to within that community. Possibly. Not all of them are like that. Some of them have a reputation for being assholes, for being misogynistic. And by the way, someone told me yesterday that they got disfellowshipped. Oh my goodness. Let me try to remember. They got disfellowshipped. The wife was disfellowshipped by the elders for having murder in her heart. And the way it was, she had mentioned or said, like, she got mad at her husband or whatever and had said something like, I wouldn't mind if he got hit by a bus type of thing. And, it was a fleeting thought. But the elders grabbed a hold on it to the point where they wanted to use it to disfellowship her. And they did. They disfellowshipped her. And then they forbid her and her husband from holding hands and from talking to each other in their own home, and just, pretty much ruining the marriage over some stupid, idiotic thing. And this is what these elders like Zebedee Henry do. I'll tell you something about Zebedee Henry. When I was little and when he was bullying me, one time we were at the fair. His girls were out there. They were riding the rides. I was afraid to ride the rides. I was a chicken. Well, anyway, he was standing out there, and there was some other Jehovah's Witnesses there. It was a group of us. Anyway, I had this vest on and had all these cool pins. It was a very creative, artistic. I'm a creative person. I like art and music. Anyway, I had this vest, and it had all these cool metal and copper pins, these designs and stuff. I got it from the mall, and this guy strains his eyes. There must have been like 100 or 200 of these little pins on this vest. It was a denim vest. Back then, denim was stylish, and it kind of had the frayed edges. Anyway, this guy strains his eyes so dang hard to see a tiny little pin, a peace symbol, a little round circle peace symbol. And I guess Jehovah's Witnesses it's demonic to them. I didn't know this shit. You know, this guy is staring that damn hard into my vest. I mean, he's really trying to look for something wrong with me so he can get me again. You know, so he can get these people to beat my ass again and molest me some more so he can get off on it with his perverted self. So he makes a whole big deal about this little peace symbol pin on my vest. And he's calling all kinds of he's calling my folks, and he's going to meet with them. And conspicuously, I never get to say anything on my side. It's like he hauls them in, and he pretty much just paints me as the satanic little kid that he, you know, continues to try to paint me now. And, you know, they come home and strip me naked again and beat the shit out of me and get their rocks off on it, you know. And I'm being this little kid that has to carry the burden for all these fucked up adults because he found this little peace pin, this little peace sign pin on my vest that was supposed to be against Jehovah. But then he conveniently looks over the fact that I'm being beaten and molested and he even gets off on it. So anyway, he's like these people here, these mothers that deny. And anyway, he actually, if you think about it, Zebedee Henry, you kind of fit that prototype, that profile here. You're married, okay, and it says here that most of the child sexual abuse that takes the form of incest committed by fathers and stepfathers. Now, you know, you may or may not be guilty of that. But we're just saying, you know, the profile, you kind of fit that. You're married, you're assumed to be heterosexual, right? I mean, we're making a joke of you coming out of the closet and all that, but, you know, honestly, I think you're just kind of confused with yourself. I don't really think you're gay or trans or whatever, but hell, who knows? Maybe you really are, and you're just screwed up that way. Who knows? But anyway. Let's move on. Courts and legislatures have attempted to address this serious societal problem by extending criminal liability beyond the perpetrators to those who include those family members who fail to intervene to stop the abuse. Now, if they're holding family members who fail to intervene to stop the abuse accountable, then you know they're coming after the Jehovah's Witness elders and circuit overseers and ministerial servants and all of that. I mean, if they're coming after your wives, you know they're coming after you because you're a man of authority within the organization. So if these laws are coming after your wives and possibly your adult daughters and sons-in-laws, it says here to include those family members who fail to intervene. You look at this right here. You see this right here? This is Yale. This isn't some transgender person, you know, or whatever you want to call. This isn't crazy people. This is Yale. All right. These lawyers, these are top of the cream of the crop lawyers. Okay. So when these lawyers speak, you might want to shut your mouth and listen, Zebedee Henry. All right. This note will explore how the law treats and should treat mothers who allow their children to be sexually abused by mothers' partners. Yeah. Okay. So you got all these references down here. JD Law School, 1994. I would like to thank Professor Burt for his comments on early. So you got all these references that you can look up. All right. So let's take a look here. I had a few places here highlighted. But yeah, if you want a copy of this, let us know. We can get it to you. I think Big Boss has a copy. Grace has a copy. Professor Martyrdom has a copy. I have a copy. Let us know. We can get you the links and all that and get you a PDF here. But the legal trend towards condoning parents criminally liable. Courts and legislatures have increasingly extended criminal liability for child abuse to include those parents who condone the abuse of their children. The courts and legislatures have increasingly extended criminal liability for child abuse to include those parents who condone the abuse of their children. Courts have held condoning parents criminally liable through a combination of several doctrinal approaches. Now, here's where you might want to take a look at it, especially if you're someone who is a victim or a survivor and you're possibly thinking about getting a lawyer. This is something you might want to go ahead and hand to your lawyer here. And we've got a lot more stuff. So if you're someone who's thinking about going to a lawyer about this and you've been abused and you're a survivor and a victim, go ahead and email operationultra2015@gmail.com. We've got a lot of info for your lawyers to have an advantage in this situation. Take a look here. Number one, holding that a parent has a legal duty to protect her child. 2, holding condoning parents to a reasonable person standard. 3, liberally interpreting existing child abuse statutes to include condoning parents. So child abuse statutes have changed to include condoning parents. So you don't have to directly molest anyone. You don't have to directly beat anyone to still be considered someone who abuses children. Marinate on that one, Zebedee Henry III. And tell your folks that. Tell all your little folks, because when you write many people assume the person is crazy, I'm wondering if that's you and your little dog, because it doesn't seem like you and your family are on the same sheet of paper. Not everybody's talking in that family. It seems like you might be, like people are trying to distance themselves from you right about now, even in your own community. But hey, let's move on. Number 4, broadly construing the notion of proximate cause to include failure to seek medical attention for one's child. And 5, construing child abuse as a general intent crime. In addition, legislatures in several states have enacted statutes that specifically criminalize the failure to protect a child from abuse. You might want to check your laws right about now, because like I said, this is from the 1990s. So, lots has changed, right? Right. Mothers in denial could potentially be reached by all of these common law and statutory approaches. A parent's duty to protect his or her child, common law approaches. Some courts have held that a parent has a legal duty to act to protect her child. Therefore, a parent who fails or attempts to stop the abuse of his or her child by her partner may be criminally liable. And once again, if they're coming after the mothers that are doing this in the Jehovah's Witness religion, then you know they're coming after the fathers, who many of them are ministerial servants and elders and stepfathers and things like that, right? Right. Okay. So let's move on here. Let's see. There was another part, reasonable person standard. There was another part I wanted to share with everyone here. And I appreciate you tuning in. I appreciate you listening in. This stuff is never easy to talk about, it's just an uncomfortable topic, but we have to look at this stuff. If we don't, we're going to be just like these people. And there might not be a law against someone who says, well, I don't care about Jehovah's Witness child abuse. There's no law against that. But on some karmic level, on some ethical level, you are part of that problem if you're looking away and you're not doing your part in some kind of way. And once again, I'm not trying to tell people what to do and to go out there and picket and scream and harp on it. This isn't about being stuck in the past or anything like that. You can still have moved on, and you can still be in a healing and recovery process, but also be an activist. I think there's a myth about people that are out here actively speaking out about them being stuck in the past. No, maybe you just haven't recovered and healed enough to be triggered right about now when someone is an activist that speaks out about this. Maybe you're being triggered, and maybe you still need to work some things out on your own, and you're not as recovered as you want others to believe. Maybe that's the problem. I don't know, because I would think if you're recovered you're not going to be that uncomfortable or triggered when you see an activist speak out, you know. And then, you know, some activists are stuck in the past. I mean, some of us have a hard time dealing with things. You know, it's not unusual to have people who have a hard time processing what they've gone through. You know, because look at what we're talking about here. This stuff isn't easy to process. So anyway, child abuse is a general intent crime. Finally, courts have expanded liability for child abuse to condoning parents in a way that might include mothers in denial by interpreting state general intent crime statutes as encompassing child abuse. So even mothers who might not have ever witnessed anything, who just deny, like a lot of Jehovah's Witness women and mothers are doing right about now. This is what's up for you guys, for you ladies. This is what's up for you ladies, okay? Before we get to the elders like Zebedee Henry, we're going to talk about his wife. Now, I know Informant has dug up a lot about Zebedee Henry. Do you know Zebedee's wife's name, Informant? I'm going to make a deal with everybody. I will not say Zebedee's wife's name on live stream unless someone in the chat room puts it out there, you know. And, you know, we've got Informant. She's been digging. She's been on it. You know, I have to tell you something, Zebedee Henry. You think you're Sherlock Holmes? Well, this lady here has you beat. If you had half the brains she had, maybe you could be half the man that I am. Oh, honey, that is so funny. All right, then. All right, say, so anyway, we've got Nigel Rowley up in here. Hi, Nigel. Thanks for tuning in. Nigel says they're just getting something to eat. Appreciate you tuning in. We've got Brazen Conduct. Zebedee Henry sounds like a sick mofo. Yeah, he might be. I have to say, he's an asshole. He's a bully. And then he says, Informant says, do you have a place I can go to read the entire story from beginning, or a video explaining the entire story of this guy? All right, since you're here, here's the deal. Zebedee Henry, okay, Zebedee Henry bullied me as a kid. Before I had my transition, I was considered a girl, all right? I never considered myself a girl. But to keep things simple, the Jehovah's Witnesses and the role I was expected to live was one of a girl, okay? And that was very hard for me to do. I was a peculiar, quote-unquote, girl because I didn't walk like a girl. I didn't talk like a girl. And that already red flagged me to the Jehovah's Witnesses, all right? Because I just, you know, I couldn't do it. It was so unnatural, and, you know, it was, I just couldn't do it. You know, I tried, and it was, you know, I would wear shorts under dresses. I hated wearing dresses, and I would have my shorts underneath the dress, and that always got me in a lot of trouble because they couldn't understand why I wanted to wear shorts. But in my mind, I was like, I'm going to wear pants, and you're not going to stop me. You're not going to force me to be something I'm not. So a lot of that was already red flagging me, and you know, I was an easy target for this guy. But this guy, his daughters and I, we went to school together, and we were friends, and you know, we were good friends with each other, and I would tell them about the molestation and the beatings that I went through as a kid. I had no one to talk to. I was isolated at home, and when they were at home, you know, they beat me a lot of times. And, you know, it's not like they beat me 24/7. You know, they had their moments when they did nice things for me, especially as I got older and less able to be influenced, because I was a very intellectual kid. I read psychology books, college textbooks around 8 years old from the thrift store. I would read sociology books and these old books from the 50s and 60s. So I think now looking back, they kind of helped me to survive my childhood and to understand at least to some degree, that there was something wrong with these people that were in a parental position. But so as I got older, they would use things to manipulate me and to control me. So they weren't able to beat me as I got older the way that they did as when I was younger. But there was a lot of psychological abuse, you know, as I got older and less powerless, I guess, you know. But as a little kid, they you know, they would have their times when they would beat me, and both of them had their sexual abuses. Hers was more of an emotional incest, and his, you know, he was quite violent, and I fought. I kicked him in the face, and it wasn't as extreme as the abuse was for some of the other kids that I have now recently found out through discussing with them what they went through. But still, you know, the beatings became worse and worse starting from age 8, and they were used as a means to break me down, to get me to submit. And what it ended up doing was, in my case, the more of the abuse, the more of the beating, the more rebellious I became, and the more I made up my mind that I was going to talk about this forever and a fucking day. And I've been talking about this for 42 years, and I'm going to talk about this for another 42 years if need be. Okay? So, you know, I was the kind of kid that the more you beat me, the more you choked me, the more I was going to tell people, and the more I was going to do everything that I could to survive and fight you. Okay, so there's some kids that you can't break down. You would have had to kill me, and even from beyond the grave, I would still be up in here whispering into all your minds about this and what are we going to do. I would be in your dreams in some kind of way. You would see my art or something in your mind, subconsciously, unconsciously, consciously. You would have me talking to you just like I am now here on this YouTube about this very issue. Yes. From beyond the grave, I will do this. Trust and believe this, and then some. From beyond space and time, and then some, all right? Because this is what we need to do, and we have the power to change this. We have the power to change this, to heal this within our human society, within our hearts, within our families, within our communities, and yes, even within Jehovah's Witnesses, all right? So child abuse, oh, let me tell you, before I get distracted. So he bullied me, and he would have these one-man judicial committees, Zebedee Henry, and he would pick stupid crap like that pen I told you about, the peace symbol pen, and then have these one-man judicial committees. And of course, he knew that they were violent, that I was being molested, and they were beating me and all that. So, you know, he would call them in, and then as soon as they got done with that, they would come home and they would quote these Bible scriptures that he fed them, while the step would beat me. And then a lot of times, the incubator is what I call her. I don't call her a mother. She's never been a motherly person to me. So I call her an incubator. She would sit there and watch. She'd be in the same room and watch. And when you strip a child naked, especially as that kid gets into teenage years, you know, when you strip a girl naked at 11 and 12 and she's going through puberty, that's, you know, and you're beating her, there is a sexual component to that, clearly, you know. And even though you're not sexually raping this child, you are raping, you're soul raping this child by stripping this teenage girl naked, this preteen girl naked, you know, already having molested her anyway, and then you're stripping her naked and you're beating her with the metal part of the belt buckle. You know, that's pretty sick. And then for Zeb Henry to know about that, for Zebedee III in Montgomery, Alabama, from Auto Trim to know about that all these years, and to use that to get his rocks off or to get his ego trip going. You couldn't find nothing worse than some freaking flirting with your daughters and inappropriate letters. What about the fucking pedophilia, motherfucker? That wasn't something that you were worried about? So yeah. But maybe those kinds of people stick together. Some people say that anyway. So now, he's been outed. People have been tweeting to him about the Australian Royal Commission, and they're wanting him to come on out with the things that he knows about. He's sitting on the top of info and probably a lot more, and he's refusing to testify, to come to court, because all that information was turned into the DA in 2009. You see, into the police department there in Montgomery, Alabama. But none of the Jehovah's Witnesses wanted to come forward. So since there wasn't any witnesses to come forward, there wasn't any trial, and there was that. But, now that we know that there's a database and we have this thing with the Australian Royal Commission, we're looking for Zeb Henry to do the right thing. And he's not very impressed with that. In fact, this Zeb Henry has come on as Audrey Monroe from the last live stream when we covered his little comment where he thought he was going to out me. He thought he was going to shut me down and prevent me from speaking out about it, with threats and bullying. As you can see, he hasn't changed one damn bit. And in his mind, he's still seeing a little girl that he can bully. And it's just really pathetic that he doesn't understand reality. He thinks he's Jehovah God, probably. I wouldn't be surprised if he thought he was anointed too. Yeah, Informant, that's messed up, isn't it? Informant in the live chat says, wow, that's messed up. Yeah. And I haven't even gotten into a lot of details about what I went through because of this guy, but this is in a nutshell. And we've asked him to come twice now. We've tweeted to him over there at CTUU USA on Twitter. That's his business partner now, or his workplace, the name of the people that he's working with now. He had to sell his auto trim business, supposedly. But the Secretary of State, when you do a business entity search on Alabama Secretary of State and type in auto trim, the one from Montgomery, it says that it's dissolved. So, yeah. But there's some shady stuff going on with that, too, because they swear up and down that they're not auto trim anymore and that they work for CT Custom Trucks Unlimited USA. And they're not the same business. But then just this past February 13th, I saw Zebedee open up a Twitter page, and he had in the background the Auto Trim building and logo. So that's kind of weird. I mean, if the business no longer exists and you're working for CTU USA, why would you open up a Twitter page with this auto trim thing in the background? He had his picture on his main profile thing, and then you know how you have the Twitter cover page? Well, he had the auto trim. It didn't say anything about CTU or custom trucks. It was just the auto trim building. And that was weird. And then I saw a few ads out there on the internet for auto trim, and these ads were put out this year. So that's kind of weird. It's kind of strange because you're supposed to be working for Custom Trucks Unlimited, and your LinkedIn page did say you were a general manager and an employee of that company. It didn't say you were a business partner. So that's kind of weird too. Are you a business partner or are you an employee? There's these weird things. And then if you're working for CTU, how come you're putting ads out for auto trim? Are you still trying to move those customers from CTU over to your own little business on the slide? I don't know. There's some shady stuff going on with this dude. I don't know. Maybe Informant, maybe you can look into it. I'm focused on the child abuse stuff, but who knows what other dirt this guy might have. And Informant, I wouldn't be mad at you if you dug around and I don't know, found something for your own amusement. This guy, he's misogynistic. He hates I don't know if he hates women, but he sure doesn't like little girls. And he sure bullied me when he thought I was a little girl. Well, you know, you can keep looking at me as Ramona Mintz if you want to. That helps you sleep better at night. But I think you, I think you might be behind the times a little bit. But hey. All right, so finally, courts have expanded liability for child abuse to condoning parents in a way that might include mothers in denial by interpreting state general intent crime statutes as encompassing child abuse. So once again, if you're sitting there denying, you're part of the abuse, Jehovah's Witnesses. All right, it says here, she must simply intend to commit the act or make the omission in question by permitting her child to be placed in a situation where the child may suffer physical pain or mental suffering. And this is the incubator. She definitely, she wasn't just someone that turned away. She was someone that actually instigated it. I would hear her in the morning time, sometimes Saturday morning, early before field service. I would hear her voice through the walls, and she would go down a list of wrongs that I had done, you know, where I hadn't washed dishes, or I hadn't picked up my clothes in my room, or maybe I said something smart to her, right? You know, when you become a teenager, you want to assert your independence more. You know, it's a natural phase of childhood development, you know, starting as early as infancy. After the child gets to be about 6 years old, he or she wants to form their own identity separate from the parent to some extent, and then gradually as they get older, the child wants to be more independent, right? It wants to have their own thoughts. It's only a normal stage of childhood development. Well, the incubator in my case took these stages of development that I went through, that her child at the time went through, and interpreted them as personal attacks on her. So of course, you know, this is the narcissistic mentality. Narcissists don't have the ability to put themselves in other people's shoes. Narcissists aren't all, you know, about dressing nice and being vain and looking in the mirror. There are different flavors of narcissists, and these types of narcissists, when they're someone's mother or father, the normal stages of childhood development are interpreted as personal attacks to them, because it's all about the narcissist. They can't help but inject themselves into every situation around them. So it's not like you even exist. You're just an object for them, and anything you tell them about yourself has to be about them. They can't help but inject themselves into your stuff, because they want to take over. It's all about them. They need the narcissistic supply. So if they can't get it from you by, if you're not submitting to them as a kid, then they will get the narcissistic supply by feeding off of your pain and off of your abuse. So this is what the incubator did. And she would sit there and watch. She was there for a lot of the abuse. I won't say for all of it, but she was there for a large portion of it. And the most violent part, every time I was violently beaten, she was there. That is something I realized a few years back. I realized, wait a minute, I made a connection. Every single time I was violently beaten, she was there. She was there, often in the same room watching, like it was her favorite TV show. And once again, Zebedee Henry III and his other elder buddies there, Cornelius Hall, Irvin Reynolds, I think he's a third as well. No, he's a junior. Irvin Reynolds is a junior. Randy O'Kelly, James Alexander, Wilburn Mitchell, all these guys knew. I can't tell you how many years I yapped on the phone to Wilburn Mitchell's daughter, Christy Mitchell. Her name is Christy Lynn McAdams now, by the way. Yeah, but she knew about it. I think that's why she stopped talking to me too. You know, this is what they did. They just started distancing themselves from me when I was a kid, and I was left all alone. I didn't have anybody because these adults and you know they would say don't talk to this kid anymore. You know, so the kids wouldn't talk to me anymore. So then I didn't have any friends. I was just all alone. No adults would help me. No nothing. You know, and I constantly spoke out, constantly begged people to help me. And Zebedee Henry III knew. And I wonder how many kids are there now that are going through that, you know? How many kids are there now that are going through that, that might be going through that, and he knows and he's covering up. He might be bullying somebody else right now. You know, some other kid in my shoes. It might not even be a little girl, it might be a little boy, you know? So, let's see, a couple of more things here I want to take a look at. We got 411 in the big boss in the live chat. I mean, here we sit in support of our dear Bob, but we can't ever get along for ourselves. And then informant says, I'm always focused on the children. This is part of it, searching these scumbags out. Well, you know, Bex O'Neill says, true story. Informant Bob says, I'm not thinking anything like that. I just wanted a better grasp of this case. If he is still in predatory mode, I want his community to become aware of it. That's all. You know, I love you all. I love you all in the live chat and people tuning in. And I want to thank you for being supportive here today because I'm really putting myself out here in a very vulnerable spot, you know. And I love you all. And I'm so glad that at least for a short time we can come together in this way. You know, I know that that some of us have differences of dealing with each other, and there's a lot of, you know, history between certain individuals and all that. But you know, from the bottom of my heart, I really appreciate all of you supporting on this, and you know, us coming together about the kids, you know. And you know, we can't expect each other to get along. There's a lot of shit we all have gone through, you know, a lot of pain. I know people in the live chat, there's some things that even you haven't told us, and vice versa. There's things I haven't even told you all, you know. And you know, we hurt each other, you know, we yell at each other, we do fucked up shit to each other and to other people, but that doesn't mean that we can't come together and look at something to see where we might can heal, or maybe we can help in some kind of way, in our own way, you know. And we might fail miserably, but at least we can say that we tried. And this is what's happening right now in the live chat, and I want to thank every one of you from the bottom of my heart. I love all of you for doing that, you know. So we got this right here, extending the criminal liability of condoning parents to mothers in denial. Legislatures and the courts have expanded criminal liability for child abuse to include non-offending parents who are aware of but do nothing to stop the abuse of their children by their partners. And like I said, this isn't just going to stop with the wives and the mothers in denial. This also applies to congregation members and elders and ministerial servants, okay? So I think we're almost done with this. I think this is all I had for you here. But like I said, if you want a copy of this, let's take a look. Yes, in conclusion here, the efforts of courts and legislatures to combat the pervasiveness of child abuse has resulted in a trend in the United States to find parents liable for their failure to prevent the abuse of their children by their partners. Okay? And like I said earlier, this is from the 1990s, the early 90s. All right? So if you're Jehovah's Witness elder Zebedee Henry III, you might want to look at your Alabama laws concerning this and where you stand. And you might want to have an honest conversation with the rest of your family. There's some things you might not, you know, I know there's some things you don't want to tell people and you don't want people to know about, but this is not going to help you anymore, that kind of matter, right? And if you're trying to come after me, you're kind of stupid, because I done told so many people all of what I know, and they done came back and showed me some new stuff. And so many people, we've got informant over here on you. She is looking at you with a peculiar, interesting eye. We've got 411 Big Boss in here looking at you. We've got Bex O'Neill, Nigel Rowley. You know, we've got a lot of people, anonymous groups. We've got Op Pedo Hunter. We've got Operation Ultra 2015. We've got Op Death Eaters. Okay, we've got a lot of ops. We've got Operation Ever Vigilant from the state of New Jersey, busting that porn ring. And by the way, if you're just tuning in, you missed the first half of the live stream. Later on, you might want to watch it, because I actually have some new names for you besides Zebedee Henry. So, you know, be sure to check the first part of the live stream if you weren't here when we talked about the New Jersey, state of New Jersey, Operation Ever Vigilant, where they busted a whole porn ring. And guess what? At least 3 or more were Jehovah's Witnesses. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Google Alfred Bakewell from South Jersey. This guy was a Jehovah's Witness, and probably still is, but he was busted in that porn ring. He is from Sickerville, New Jersey, from the Ariel and Pine Hill congregation. Oh, yeah. And like I said, there were a couple of several Jehovah's Witnesses that were busted in that New Jersey child porn ring. And then there was Roberto de Soto. He was an elder that was busted over there in Zebedee Henry III's city. They knew each other. Those families over there, those Hector Rivera, they're from Prattville, and Prattville is about 15-20 minutes outside of Montgomery, Alabama. And I remember the Riveras very well. They were over there in the North Congregation for a while, I think, with Zebedee Henry and his family. They visited, and they all had get-togethers and stuff. I remember that. I was at those get-togethers too, and I remember the Riveras, Hector Rivera, Teresa Rivera, the Guzmans. Oh boy, let me put some names out there for real. All right, so they're all connected. Connect the dots, everybody. You know what I mean? Let's connect the dots. We've got informant up in here. She's digging, investigating, and digging up stuff. 411 Big Boss, Professor Martyrdom, Grace Ghostwriter. We've got Brazen Conduct, Bex O'Neill. We've got the anonymous groups, 4chan, Vast Apostate Army, Deciphering Warship. We've got the Vast Apostate Hour, Honey Boo Tribe. By the way, Zebedee Henry III turd calls the Honey Boo Tribe a religious hate group. Can you imagine that? Just the name Honey Boo Tribe does not really seem like a hate group. But anyway, so yeah, this was, once again, a article, the Yale Law and Policy Review, Article 7, Volume 12, Issue Number 2, 1994, by Christine Adams, Mothers Who Fail to Protect Their Children from Sexual Abuse, Addressing the Problem of Denial. Okay, so check that out. You can get that at http://digitalcommons.law.yale.edu/digitalcommons.law.yale.edu/YLPR, or you can email julian.aiken. We'll spell these names for you. JULIN.AIKEN as in Noah at yale.edu. Okay, so there's that. All right, cool. So we've covered toxic parents. We've covered mothers who fail to report. So I don't know. I guess we'll let Audrey come back for a few seconds and have her say again. We've got Audrey coming in here in some kind of way. And well, before we do that, we're going to put this one up here one more time. All right. So here we go, everybody. We've got 7 viewers. We've got 411 Big Boss. We've got Informant. We've got Brazen Conduct. All right. We've got a lot of celebrities up in here. Informant said, I did look up Audrey Monroe from Montgomery, Alabama. She died, and there is an obit. Was there, in fact, an Audrey that was in that congregation? I don't think so. I don't remember an Audrey Monroe in Zebedee's congregation. He's actually in the North congregation, and I was in Madison congregation. And then Roberto Soto Colon, he was in the Prattville congregation. And Hector Rivera, they were in Prattville. Like I said, Prattville is about 15, 20 minutes right outside Montgomery. And these people I have met myself. They all hang out. I've seen them in the North congregation. I think they even were members there at one point, but I know they were at get-togethers and assemblies. You know, these people all know each other. They all are in that same area. They're all Jehovah's Witnesses. Roberto Soto Colon, he was actually charged with child sexual abuse, but I think he only served a year. Alabama laws suck. They're kind of behind with the Child Reform Act. They're not like New York, where that governor there is helping people to get under the Jehovah's Witnesses child abuse stuff there with the Child Reform Act. But in Alabama, anyway, this guy, Roberto Soto Colon, and Hector Rivera, they were in the same family there, and they had found out that they had been child molestation for over 30 years, you know. And then when he was arrested, there was another little girl that came out that he had abused and molested. And anyway, those 3 right there, they're connected. There's a connection there simply because I have seen them visit with each other. They were get-togethers. They know each other. You know, Zebedee Henry works with a lot of the Jehovah's Witnesses. They tried to hire mostly Jehovah's Witnesses in their auto trim business. And their auto trim business is like a car detailing, where they tint windows, and you know, they make your car, and they make it all nice looking and all that. Well, I think they tried to hire as much of their own family first, and then beyond that, as many Jehovah's Witnesses as they could. So a lot of them were also elders, you know, and ministerial servants. So it was a good old boys club, you know the deal. You know the deal, right? You know how it goes, you know, and so it's known what the guys from Madison congregation, James Alexander, he worked with Zeb and Walter Wallace and Auto Trim. They all made a living off that business in one way or another. Some of them worked out of that building, but others kind of had their own little freelance thing, but they were still tied into these guys, you know, business wise. So he wants to distance himself from all of that and pretend, you know, like he didn't know anything. But, you know, it's like Linda James the other day was talking to me, and she says, you know, if he is covering up with the 2-witness rule, and these Jehovah's Witness elders are covering up with the 2-witness rule, you can bet they're sitting around somewhere having drinks and cocktails talking about this stuff. And I had to pause for a moment, and I was like, what? You mean they're sitting there talking about this? And she's like, yeah, I mean, you can bet that, you know, when this stuff comes up and they do this 2-witness rule, okay, now they know, you know, brother Joe Blow has molested his own daughter, right? And they're covering this up, and sooner or later, you know, you're part of it. You've covered it up. You know, you've demanded 2 witnesses, and then of course there's not 2 witnesses, so you're covering it up. At some point or another, you are in the mindset of a pedophile, even if you haven't physically molested any kid. You are in sync with that mindset of a pedophile. Zebedee Henry III, Wilbur Mitchell, James Alexander, Cornelius Hall. I think he's a junior. Fred Kendrick, Irvin Reynolds. Let me see what all other names I can remember over here. Fred Kendrick, Randy O'Kelly, Billups. I don't remember his first name, but his name was Billups. They sent him from Chicago because the Madison congregation was going through all kinds of troubles. This was after I had already left. I left at 21. As soon as I turned 21, I left and never looked back. I already made up my mind at 14 I was going to leave. I just, couldn't do it physically till 21. Yeah, let me see. Jimmy Frazier, but he's already dead. Bill Coker, he's dead too. But Zebedee Henry, he was one of the main ones that bullied, and he's got a lot to hide. He knows a lot of stuff. There's like I said, I'm not the only victim that he covered up. So we know there's at least a handful of people out there. So anyway, connect the dots, everybody. Jehovah Child daycare scandals. Yeah, check them out. They were also in Montgomery, Alabama. And yeah, that's a whole other doozy. But anyway, they did this child daycare, Sunnyside Daycare in Montgomery, Alabama. You can Google that. Montgomery, Alabama Montgomery advertiser, Sunnyside Daycare, Jehovah's Witness. It was so bad that Department of Health Services had to shut them down. They kept having reckless endangerment charges on them, food poisoning, and neglecting children, and they didn't even scan or screen the people that were taking care of the kids, supposedly taking care of the kids. So, of course, with that two-witness rule, and you have a lot of kids there, you have elders' wives working there that might have a predilection to certain children, right? You understand the connection now, right? Perhaps, maybe. Boo, do you understand this picture, Boo? So, yeah, we've got the internal database here that Watchtower keeps. We've got the two-witness rule that demands child victims to produce 2 adult eyewitnesses, all right? We've got the suspected internal Jehovah Witness child trafficking pawn ring and Robert De Soto. Hold on a minute. I'm getting all kinds of, let me see what's going on. Informant says, Mexicans live in Alabama. Who knew? Yes, informant. There's... Oh, what about that is so funny. All right. She says, okay, Bob, I understand. So, why do you think he's using that name to stalk you? Informant asked. I think it's his drag queen name. I think it's his JW drag queen name. Honestly, I think he might be confused about himself. I mean, he was so fixated on me being transgender. It's like he had a persecution orgasm over that. It's like he took it personally, So maybe that's his inner diva, his inner feminine side, All right, let me check. My phone is blowing up here with the Hangouts. Let me see what's going on here. What do we got here? How do I get out of this screen for a minute here? All right. Goodness. All right. It says here, where am I at? Am I here? All right. So, I don't know what's going on here. I think my phone is freezing up. But anyway, take a look at this right here, everyone. We've got a mind map here. And, if you want to start digging around, you're welcome to dig around. This is another clip here. You're probably already familiar with this. Jehovah's Witness organization keeps a sex offender register that nobody outside the church is allowed to see, a former elder tells Panorama. And this is already, years ago, this news report, but you can Google this. It's with the BBC News World Edition. And Zeb Henry, just in case you're wondering, no, this man isn't transgender, so, he's credible. I know that you don't want transgender news or news from transgender people, but this guy here, his name is Bill Bowen, and he's far from transgender, so you can take a look at it. It's okay. Jehovah's going to be okay with you on that.
And then and then this one here is another one. After 86 kids hospitalized for food poisoning at unlicensed daycare, Alabama could change church exemption law. Okay. All right. So Don Alden Adams, he doesn't get enough airplay. All right. Check him out when you can. Don Alden Adams right about now. Okay. Who is this guy? All right. And how does he fit in with this this database? You know, he is the president of the Watchtower Bible and Tract Society. All right. What? Yes, he is the president of the Watchtower Bible and Tract Society. So he's not the governing body. So I'm sure Jehovah's Witnesses want to just say, well, he's just an administrative person. You know, he's just somebody that's like a filler person that we don't really pay attention to because he's not the governing body. All right, but this guy is the president. He's the president of the whole shebang. So would he have maybe the power to get that list out to us and to law enforcement maybe? Would he be able to do that? I don't know. What do you think about that? Well, what else do we have here? Let's take a look. Don Alden Adams, cash cows and money trails. Take a look at that. If you're just tuning in, we talked about this guy a little earlier, but you know, we want to give him some more airplay because he doesn't get enough here. You know, nobody ever talks about Don Alden Adams when we talk about this Jehovah Witness child abuse stuff. And I think maybe it's time we did. Who is this guy and what is his role in all of this? Take a look at this guy right here. What is this guy about? And, you know, if he's the president of the Watchtower Bible and Tract Society, the principal corporation of Jehovah's Witnesses, then maybe he could help us with this list and help us solve these clues that we put together some kind of way here, huh? Look at this right here. Oh, and it says he was the president, so now somebody else is the president. We need to find out who that is. Hold on a minute. Who is the new president? Anybody got a clue? Let's see, huh? Let's do some Googling. All right. All right, so who is the president? I'm looking in the Wikipedia. What happened? Did he die and they don't have a new president now? It says he was the president till 2016. So who's the new president of the Watchtower Society? Anybody know? Whoa, I didn't know the guy died. You see, I'm kind of slow with this today. I'm thinking I'm still on point, you know. I'm on the ball here. Anybody know? Oh, what? Informant in the live chat says, I think he knew the Audrey Monroe when she was alive, went to the same congregation. The obituary has names too. Madison congregation is in Montgomery. It says here, informant says in the live chat, even in one of Kevin's videos in Kingdom Hall, you can hear a child crying in the bathroom. You see on the tape, the parents take each child to separate bathrooms. I saw that too, informant. That was pretty disturbing, wasn't it? Yeah. So it says here in the Wikipedia, Adams' presidency was administrative. He is not considered to have impacted the organization's ministry as have past Watchtower Society presidents. Adams' brother Joel C. Adams is a vice president of the Christian Congregation of Jehovah's Witnesses, a related corporation.
So the Jehovah's Witnesses, they split. They have split congregations. I mean, not congregations, but corporations. Jehovah's Witnesses have alter egos, so they changed the name around a little bit, but it's still the same people, you know. So I'm assuming Joel C. Adams, his brother, is probably going to take the presidency now, since he was a vice president. So well, this is interesting, huh? They want to keep it in the family, and that's something interesting too. Oh, Robert Siranko, here it goes. Succeeded by, here we go. We got this from Wikipedia, and the guy doesn't have a Wikipedia page yet. Look at this right here. All right, so we've already got the president's new name down here. You see it down here on the bottom? I don't know if this thing lets me supersize it, but it's Robert, Rober, C as in Charlie, I as in Ivan, R as in Richard, A as in Adam, N as in Nathan, K as in Kevin, O as in Otis. I want to boo. So Robert Siranko, I guess that's how you pronounce it. Anyway, he's supposed to be the new Watchtower president, so we need to know about him now, and can you help us get the list? Okay, so this old Don Alden Adams, he's dead. All right. Let me try and Google this Robert Siranko with Jehovah. Let's see if we can get a picture on him. Jehovah Witness. Oh, look. There's even a forum on it. Robert Siranko on the Jehovah'sWitness.com forum. And it says, has Robert Siranko replaced Don Adams as president of the Watchtower Bible and Tract Society, Pennsylvania? All right. They've got some info on Reddit. It says, let's see what they're saying. Blah, 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 blah. Robert Siranko, quoting Zechariah. All right, I'm just scrolling through this forum right quick to see if I can get an answer. 91 years old. Adams is likely not capable of doing the job. Let's see. Oh, this is him. Ew, gosh, looks like he never gets out. He looks like he's hadn't seen sunlight in years. All right. Total lack of transparency. So yeah, it looks like this Siranko dude is supposed to be the new one. And here I'll do a screen share with you to show you this guy. Let's see. All right, so this is him here. He looks pretty miserable. It looks like he hasn't gone out into daylight or into the sun, like he's been holed up in an institution all his life. Very pale, very unhealthy looking. The corners of his mouth are sagging and frowning up. His eyes look apathetic and soulless. All right then. So yeah, that we need to find out about him then. You know, he's the new president or whatever, the guy that's going to be in there and do his thing. So we need to be asking him some questions. Robert Siranko. And we can still look at Don Adams still, you know. We can still dig these people up, and because, I mean, you know, obviously they were administrative presidents of this corporation. So, you know, that means that they have a lot of financial influence and financial power. And when it gets right down to it, it costs, everything costs, you know. And we do need to look at these people a little closer. All right. So, let's see. Just in review right quick. We've got connecting the dots, and then, you know, as we've already talked about earlier, Audrey Monroe, aka Zebedee Henry III, you know, the drag queen, JW drag queen, cross-dresser, whatever. We gave you a chance to talk. you never did show up. You know, this is your last chance. This was your last chance. And so we're gonna leave you with some nice, cute music. Okay, we appreciate everybody tuning in. Appreciate all the listeners in the live chat. Everybody viewing. We've got 10 viewers right now. We've got 411 Big Boss, Black Sheep, Brazen Conduct, Informant. We've got, I think we had Grace Ghostwriter. We had oh gosh, we had so many great people. All right, we want to thank you for tuning in. Thank you for listening. Thank you for all your support. Love every one of you. Zebedee Henry, you better start doing the right thing, pal. Bullying is not going to help you. I think you better wake up to know what time it is. It's 2017, and it's time for you to come on out. Come on out wherever you are. Come on out of that Jehovah closet. All right. See you later, everybody. Love ya.
Love you, honey boo.
This song is for you, Zebedee Henry III, Audrey Monroe, and Jeffrey Jackson.
Oh, honey. You honey boo. It's coming out. He wants the world to know. He's gotta let it show. Show it, boo. Come on out the closet, boo. It's okay, honey boo. Go on and clean that toilet, boo. Clean that toilet bowl. You better clean it good. And then get on your knees and clean it like you should.
This time around, I am gonna do it like you never do it. Oh, I'll make it through. The time is up for me to break out of the shell.
Yeah, honey, come on out, boo.
That I'm coming. I want the world to know. I got to let it show. I'm coming up. I want the world to know. It's show.
Look at that. You better clean that Jehovah toilet good, boo. Zebedee Henry III turn. You better clean that toilet like you should, boo. Ooh.
To show the world all that I want to be and all my abilities. There's so much more to me. Somehow I'll have to make them just understand. I got it well in hand and oh how I plan. I'm spreading love. There is no need to fear. And I just feel so good every time I hear I'm coming up. I want the world to know what to let it show. I'm coming up. I want the world to know what to let it show. I'm coming. I'm coming up. I want the world to know what to let it show.
All right, baby. Love you, boo. Thanks for listening. Thanks for tuning in, honey boo. Love ya. Jehovah, Jehovah, Jehovah. Oh, Jehovah Zebedee.